Okay. Right, so I'm hoping I'm live now, but people are gonna have to help me here. I'm very new to this and I've had a few struggles getting it set up. So I need you to tell me if you can hear me speaking and if you can hear the game. If you can hear the game and you can hear me talking, say yes. Someone just say, I can hear you talking and I can hear the game. If you can hear them both, that would be great. Can anybody hear me? Oh, I hope someone can hear me. Bit quiet. What, the microphone? How about now? Can people hear me now? You're going to have to tell me a little bit. I don't know how far behind you are in terms of everything else. Okay, I can see you answering my last question now, so I think you're a little bit behind me with the upload and things. Hopefully you can hear both. Okay, the game and the microphone. Game is pretty loud. Okay, I can fix that. I think. Sorry. Like I say, this is my first time doing this. I'm still trying to work out a little bit. Game down. Hopefully it should be about the perfect volume and everything else now, but again, tell me if you want me to turn one up or one down or anything like that. I've got my eye on the chat. So cool, fingers crossed. Alright, so little bit of a problem, we can't play SPV3 because I don't know what's wrong with it. Basically it won't work with the anniversary edition. I don't know if you can't use the anniversary edition that I'm using, which is through the Windows Game Store, or what the issue is, but yeah, it's not working. So unfortunately we're going to have to do a playthrough of just regular Halo, which I think is appropriate given it's the 20th anniversary of it, and you're going to have to bear with me a little bit because I've never done this before, so I'm going to need to get used to talking through the mic. The mic can be a bit louder. Audio inputs, that's that one there. Okay, I've turned the mic up about as loud as it can go, and I'll sit a little bit closer. There we go. So hopefully that'll work better. I can't get much closer, and I think this is as high as the volume goes on it. How are we doing with it now? Is it any better? Cool. Cool. Again, I'm a little bit behind, so perfect. Okay, perfect is good. All right, so we're going to play a little bit of normal Halo because I'm technologically inept and I messed everything up a little bit. I don't know. I didn't plan this as well as I could have done, basically. And the version of Halo I'm playing, unfortunately, doesn't work with the SPV. So we're just going to play regular Halo Combat Evolved and see how we get on, have a little chat about it, and like I say, I think it's appropriate. Given it the 20th anniversary is tomorrow. Before we get cracking, what would people rather do? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to play through the entire campaign, so would people rather I just play it from the start? Would you rather just go through like the best missions? Does anybody have a preference? Alright, fine. We'll get cracking on the whole thing and we'll see where we get to. You're gonna have to bear with, like I say, you're gonna have to bear with me a little bit. I'm debating whether to go on normal or heroic. Obviously, heroic is how it should be played, but also we'll do heroic. We'll start with heroic, but there's a chance I might not be able to play it that well while also trying to talk at the same time. This is something I'm going to have to get a little bit used to. Also, my girlfriend wanted to use the living room where I'm normally set up. I do all my editing and everything else, so I do have to apologise for the state of the room I'm sitting in. This is the second room that we don't really use, which is why it's so messy. While this cutscene plays out, I'm just going to make sure everything's set up on my end, so just give me a tick. It's a little bit loud for me in the game. It's better.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
We made a blind jump. How did they...
Get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
Cool beans. I've done my volume, I've done everything else, I'm feeling pretty good.
Until we decelerated, no one could have
hello everyone, there's a lot of people here. So thank you to everybody who's taken the time to tune in. It's very bizarre that anybody will actually want to watch this. I remember when I started...
So, where do we stand?
Back in mid-May last year, I lived with one of my mates from school at the time, and I made my first video, and I remember saying to him that I'd be very, very excited if 200 people watched the video in total. I got 200 views.
Well, that's
very,
it.
very, very excited.
Bring the ship back
so
up
to get to the
combat
point where it
alert
is
out.
now is,
I want everyone at
for
this
me,
station.
absolutely bonkers. The idea that anybody's even tuning in to watch this, to me, is bananas.
And Cortana.
So thank you all very much for tuning in.
Let's give our old friends a
James,
warm
Dan,
welcome.
Keith, Trippy,
I've already begun.
Daniel, Shiraz, everybody I can see on screen right now. I've also got a couple of people from real life tuning in. Hello, Guy and Tom. Thank you very much for stopping by, boys. Yeah. So I mean, this cutscene is great. I've always really loved the cutscenes in Halo simply because they get the plot done. They do it without really telling you too much in one go. It's turn the game volume down a little bit. I can do that. They get things done. Right, I'll turn that down. Hopefully that should be a little bit better to hear. Yeah, the reason I love these cutscenes is just because they get the story done, but they don't do it with kind of long bouts of exposition. I love Halo 2. I also love Johnson. He is amazing. The ending cutscene on Legendary with him and the Elite is superb. But what they're really good at in general is giving you the exposition without doing it for too long at a time, too much kind of extra detail. And I know people who play Halo, a lot of them do want that from their games, and you do get a lot more of that when you play games like 2. But for me, at times 2 can be a little bit too story heavy. I do like that a lot of the storytelling in the first game is done in game, and you have these cutscenes, but the longest they ever go on for, apart from this one, is a couple of minutes. But you know, it's horses for courses. People like different things. I'm sometimes less of a story person than others.
Okay. Bringing low-level systems online. Cracking the case in 30 seconds.
And this is all super cool. I remember playing this the first time, and I hadn't really seen anything about it at the time. I was a PlayStation 2 gamer through and through. I got a PlayStation 2 on the day of release with Tekken Tag Tournament, and then the next few days afterwards I got SSX, the snowboarding game, and Time Splitters, which were blooming awesome. But I remember going around to friends and pardon me. I remember going around to friends and playing this for the first time and being absolutely blown away. I'll be honest, this was far and away beyond anything that was on the PS2 at the time in terms of quality. And I ended up getting an Xbox almost immediately afterwards just to play this game. I mean, all of this kind of stuff, it brings back memories of kind of Half-Life. I think a lot of the time, you know, Half-Life was the game that really kind of opened with that introduction. Half-Life was the game that really opened with that introduction, where it felt like you were in a world as opposed to a game that kind of revolved around you. This kind of feels a lot more like you're in a world and you're part of it, but it doesn't necessarily revolve around you. You know, you've got the elites in the shadows, which is always quite cool looking. You've got these poor dudes who tend to get blown up a lot and things like that. And, you know, it feels pretty alive, especially considering this game is 20 years old. And I love it. And you can just kind of stand and look at them a little bit. I haven't played on Heroic in a long, long time. I finished this game on Solo Legendary. I think I finished all 3 of them, the original 3 on Legendary Solo back in the day. But I'm a bit older now and a bit worse at games than I was before. I have less time in general to dedicate to one game, especially now with making the videos as well. So this may not go too well, but we'll see how it goes for the start, and then maybe if we need to turn it down to give me an easier time, then we will. Just while this cutscene kicks in, just to double check one last time, and then I'll stop asking. Is everything okay in terms of the mic and the game volume and everything now? Are we at a good level for the sound?
Make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
Report.
It must have been one of
Cortana
their
is also
I guess an
horrifying at
anti-matter
times in this game.
Cannon is offline.
The smile she gave a minute ago before the camera cut is awful, and one thing they definitely get right in the later games is Cortana, because here you see here with her top lip raised and everything, it's a little bit iffy.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
I appreciate your concern.
Okay, that's cool. As I said, this is the first time I've ever done anything like this, so just trying to work everything out. It's quite cool actually. I've got the chat on one screen and I've got the game on the other. I feel like a proper streamer now. It's very, very exciting stuff for me. I'll shut up for a minute while this cutscene finishes.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research, Earth.
I understand.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen, but I'd suggest letting my subroutines handle the final approach.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
Yank me. It's a good line.
Good luck, Master Chief.
What's my favourite armour from the Halo franchise? I have to say, actually, seeing the Infinite one recently, I'm a big fan of that. It's a bit more simple. So I remember seeing 2s and thinking, I've never liked CEs that much. It's a little bit too boxy. I liked 2s at the time, but in retrospect, I look at it now and I almost dislike the level of detail on it a little bit. I actually really, really like the armour as it stands in Infinite at the moment. It's kind of somewhere between simple and detailed. I really like it. God knows how the rest of the game is going to turn out. I'm really not sure. Alright, so I'm going to try not to die immediately, or I cannot guarantee anything. And this area is really good because it kind of, you know, you've got plenty of Marines to keep it occupied, so you can just kind of roll in and start fighting the Covenant without having all of them focus squarely on you, which is great. And yeah, like we say, Heroic is the difficulty you've kind of got to play it on, really. Legendary, you have to focus a little bit too hard. It's a great challenge, but I think for something like this, it's maybe a little bit over the top. All right, there you go. It's just fine. Only lost a tiny little bit of shield there, so we're looking pretty good. It's going to get a lot harder, but it's a pretty solid start. Going to give this guy a whack in the back. I love this part. Love it.
Move it! Back to the airlock! The cavalry has arrived!
Poor buggers. Pop a grenade down there straight away. Yeah, and I think something the Pillar of Autumn does really well, that actually it's a bit up and down in a lot of the levels in Halo, you've got 343 Guilty Spark, which is obviously the gold standard in terms of kind of environmental storytelling and kind of the stuff that goes on around you, you know, the details. But the Pillar of Autumn, oh my god, I can't actually move. Okay, there we go. There we go. The Pillar of Autumn is kind of the gold standard. It's the second, when you think about the gold standard of kind of environmental storytelling. It does a really good job of kind of have things happening around you, things that you can spot, things that you can see, Marines getting into fights and all sorts. It makes the level very interesting, and you know, it makes for a very kind of memorable opening to the world of Halo. I actually thought when my friend first introduced me to this game, I thought the whole thing was going to be like this, kind of very kind of ship-based levels and that kind of stuff in the mold of a Quake or similar. So I was very surprised when we got to Halo and Truth and Reconciliation, Silent Cartographer and the like afterwards. You know, I was impressed enough with this. I thought it was entertaining, but nothing new. And obviously from here, it just really gets incredible. And I'm not very good at talking and concentrating at the same time. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh god, this is not good. Okay, we're just gonna chill for a second too.
Nice shot. Right on.
Okay, we are safe. People are asking me, thanks, Tatu, I don't know how to pronounce, sorry. I'm good, thank you, mate. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the chat as much as possible. I'm also trying not to die at the same time, so I'm gonna have to kind of multitask a little bit, which has never been my strong suit. Favourite Halo game probably is the first. I love Reach. 2, some people might consider this slander, but 2 is actually probably my least favourite of the titles. I always struggled with 2 because I expected, I guess, a game very similar to Halo Combat Evolved in the way the levels were open, and I just expected it to have a bit more breadth. And at times, to me, Halo 2 felt a little bit too narrow.
Covenant, on the landing above us.
I felt at times like a lot of it was just kind of walking down corridors, and I struggled with that. Combat Evolved, on the whole, is very open other than this level. There's a lot of space afforded to you, and I always think of that as a hallmark of the series for me. And I think it's something Halo 3 came back and did really well afterwards. Halo 3 managed to kind of recapture that spirit a bit more. Halo 2 is by no means a bad game, and you know, in terms of the multiplayer, it was certainly a revolutionary title. There's no arguing that. Although again, I was always a fan of Halo Combat Evolved. Oh my goodness, sorry, I can't work these stairs at all. I'm having a terrible time up here. Okay, breathe out, we're good. I generally prefer single-player games. Multiplayer, I play a lot of Counter-Strike. I don't tend to play Halo, but I will, especially if the multiplayer comes out tomorrow, like it's rumoured that it might. I will be doing a lot of Halo Infinite. I wanna give it a go. I've never played Halo that much online in like big bursts. But Halo Infinite, I'm going to give it a good try and get reasonably good at it. I think something I get a lot. Something I get a lot in my videos is comments about how crap I am at games, and that is a fair comment a lot of the time. I am not the best at games, but I'm not as terrible as you might think. Counter-Strike I'm actually reasonably good at. I played at quite a high level on Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I played for a team in that when I was younger and things. You know, I do know what's going on. Unfortunately, however, in my old age, reactions have kind of got a bit slower, and I generally have less time. This is another great scene here with the lifeboats getting blown up. Like I said, lots of little bits and bobs going on in this level that kind of give you an idea of the Covenant's brutality. And in a sec, if I remember correctly, we're going to be going into going into the vents. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the chat at the same time. I'm good, Adam, mate. Thank you. That's another one of my friends from home, Adam, joining in. Least favourite mission in the franchise? That's a tricky one. I mean, I've done videos on the library and Cortana in the past, and I struggle with both of them. I don't think they're great levels. The library especially is incredibly boring. In my view, at least. Although, like I say in the ranking video I've just done, I do appreciate the idea behind the library. You know, it's meant to demonstrate how powerful the Flood are as an enemy. And in a certain respect, it does do that. You know, you fight enough of them that it does feel overwhelming. They feel overwhelming, and you understand why, you know, 343 Guilty Spark is so keen to stop them. You understand why they become the threat they become later on, because they are nigh on unstoppable. But at the same time, in terms of the actual execution of the level itself, it lacks a lot of variety, which is a shame. Alright, what we're doing so far, I like this scene with the elites as well. Just demonstrating how desperate they are to find and kill Master Chief. They sent the squad immediately to kill him, which Cortana points out here. Trying to catch him napping. Nice bit of visual storytelling that kind of indicates who you are as a character, because you're not told a whole lot about who Master Chief is at this stage in the game. Oh, fudge cakes, this isn't good. Okay. Right, okay, we're getting there. Yeah, and again, Cortana, I like the idea behind it, you know. Let's see. There we go. Lovely jump. Sorry, occasionally I will go quiet just because I'm desperately trying not to die during the stream, so forgive me if I just suddenly stop talking out the blue, because it means I've got to the point where I have to concentrate. That looked pretty good. Lovely, look at that. Oh, fudge shakes. Oh no. Yes, so this is nice here. It just gives you all the grenades in the world so that you can practice your throwing. Obviously, something that was unique about Halo at the time it came out was the dedicated grenade and the melee buttons, as you can see there. Something very different. A lot of games at the time, most games at the time, all the games I can think of, you had to obviously select. You had to select your grenades from a menu, and it would bring up holding a grenade, as opposed to just being able to hit a button and throw one. And we did it. Perfect. Look at that. We got through the first level without dying on heroic. So that's good news.
Punch it.
Hello everybody who's joining the stream. It's lovely to have you all here.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir? I don't want to die out here.
Just while we're doing this, I'm just going to have a look.
Look.
54 people watching. That's bananas. How cool. Thank you everybody who's tuning in. This is one of my favourite songs in the game as well. I really, really like the song playing at the moment. Can't remember the name, but it's fabulous.
I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in manual.
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
My favourite one-liner in Halo.
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
My favourite line in the whole of Halo, and I mentioned this during the video on the Pillar of Autumn, is in this mission, I think it's when your shields drop down to a certain level, Cortana will kind of go, careful, there's two of us in here now. And obviously that line is repeated in Cortana in Halo 3. And she says it in a much more loving tone of voice. You know, I'll try and, you know, she's like, careful, there's 2 of us in here now. In a similar tone of voice to that. And I love that line just because the way it calls back to the first game, but with the different tone of voice and things, conveys so much about how far their relationship has come over the course of the trilogy. I think that was a really great idea. Whoever wrote that in, it was really, really, really nice touch.
Chief? Chief, can you hear me? At last. Are you all right? Can you move? Yeah, there's the impact. There's nothing we can do.
So I remember the first time I got here, just the scale of it is absolutely incredible. And I remember at the time, back in 2001, the last console first-person shooter I'd played was on the PlayStation 2, which was Time Splitters. And granted, it's a very different kind of game, but it's also a much, much, much more narrow game, more in the guise of the kind of FPSs you had at the time, kind of short, narrow levels that you skipped between. And I remember watching this and the ship flying over and just being absolutely flabbergasted at the time at the scale of it. It still gets me to this day. I still can't believe that 20 years ago this was on console, because it's very, very impressive when you look at the stats. I can't remember what the Xbox had in it. It's something like a 300 megahertz processor or something, whatever it was. I'm worried that these Banshees are going to try and kill me, so I'm going to try and kill them first, but that could come back to bite me. Okay, that one's going to go away. Oh, sugar. Alright, he's coming already. The pistol is such an outrageous weapon in this game compared to any other pistols in games at the time. It's something else. The fact you could just blast people away from 100 meters away, I absolutely love. One of my favourite things to do on Halo back in the day was play Hang 'em High, pistols and snipers only, 16 player. And it was blooming awesome. Used to sit there with 4 Xboxes, 4 TVs, and 16 people in one room. With some of my mates, and it was amazing. Used to play it all the time. Hello, Chairman Cam, nice to see you. Ian, Derek, Gilly, everyone else, Zachary, lovely to see you all. Apologies if there's people who have said hello that I haven't said hello to. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat at the same time, but this is a bit of a learning curve for me. I'm going to have to learn when to talk, when to shut up. That kind of thing, when to look at the chat. Bit of a walk here to get to anything else, and over this hill you'll come up with another group of Covenants. Nothing too difficult, hopefully, and they're nice and spread out, which is good. I think on the higher difficulties, any encounter like this where the Covenant tend to be further away from you is pretty handy, because it's in the tight spaces where things really get a little bit tricky. Actually impressing myself with how well I'm doing so far. I thought I'd have already died by now. I kind of felt a death on the Pillar of Autumn coming on. $69 viewers, incredible. Funny number too.
I'm reading a lifeboat beacon over the next hill. We should check to see if there are any survivors.
Man, I thought that grenade was much better than it was. I found myself struggling with the grenade arcs a little bit recently whenever I played these. I don't know why. I seem to have a hard time kind of getting them in the right place, so that'll be something that will probably come up consistently well. The auto-aim in these games, in this game in particular, is also fantastic. It does a really good job of making it feel like you're much better than you actually are a lot of the time. Certainly for me, it doesn't pull your crosshair all the way across onto enemies. It's more of kind of when you're in the vicinity, it's just a tiny little adjustment it makes, and it really, really helps.
Thank God, Master Chief. I thought we were
in terms of the aiming, especially with someone like me who struggles to hit the backside of a barn door.
Don't worry, Sergeant. We'll stay here until evac arrives.
Heads up! I got a Covenant dropship heading in. Over here!
and I think this is the point where we get our first introduction to the Jackals, who you haven't seen yet, who are another great enemy. Something Halo does really well is that it tends to the guns and the weapon, the guns and the enemies. Everything about it is balanced in a way that kind of, it's almost rock paper scissors, like, in the way that certain things are better against certain things. You know, the enemies all provide kind of different challenges in terms of the skill sets they have at their disposal, and it creates a really nice rhythm. I think sometimes I feel like the later Halo games move away from that simplicity a little bit, and that is understandable given you can't just have Halo Combat Evolved over and over again with different levels and a new story. People expect a bit more, but at times I feel like lots of new stuff gets added in and it becomes a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. But that's just my opinion. Also, I have a terrible memory, so I forget to even use a lot of the stuff that is introduced. For example, in 3, I forget that the equipment even exists because I spent so much of my youth playing Combat Evolved. I forget that you can use the equipment. In Reach, I often forget about the suit abilities. Entirely my own fault. It's entirely a player error rather than anything wrong with the game. But I am, to a certain degree, a man who likes simplicity. And if you want a good Halo game that has an element of simplicity, then Halo Combat Evolved is definitely the one you want to play, I think, in that regard. You know, it's the stuff like dual wielding introduced in 2. It's kind of cool, but I don't really care for it that much. It's not something I tend to use that much. Cursed Halo. No, I haven't played Cursed Halo before. I was meant to be playing SPV3 today, but I had a bit of a melty trying to get that sorted out. Hence, we're playing the original Halo. I probably will come back and revisit SPV3 at some point once I figure out why it wouldn't accept my copy. I have a feeling it's because I'm playing the Master Chief Collection from the Xbox Game Pass, which is amazing. As an aside, if you're an Xbox or a PC gamer, Xbox Game Pass is fabulous. It's what I'll be using to play Infinite as well. And yeah, the fact you get every game that kind of comes out from Microsoft first party is a fantastic deal. And they should pay me for advertising, really, shouldn't they? But yeah, this section feels like it's going on for a lot longer than I thought it did, but that's fine. Escalating the difficulty a bit here, you get 2 elites as opposed to 1 coming out the same side, but again, because there's a lot of space, it's not too bad. That's a pretty easy clean-up. Bloody hell, there are a lot. I didn't realise there were that many dropships. I mean, I've played this a million times, but it's always good fun taking them out before they barely hit the ground. I do like the dropships in 1 as well, compared to in Combat Evolved, compared to the other games. I can't remember what they're called in the later games, but I do like the ones with the kind of 2 long prongs that things come out of. Oh, it has to be Halo Custom Edition, does it? Well, that's annoying. I saw something. You see, this is the thing. I saw something online that said you just needed a copy of like the Master Chief Collection or something like that installed in order to get SPV3 to install, but it wouldn't recognise that. This is pretty cool. A lot more of the live pods coming in that you're going to have to go and find the inhabitants of in a minute. Just wait for one of these guys to hopefully jump in. Oh, nice, Book Johnson. Love it. So there's another line coming up in a minute, which I really like, and had a few jokes in the comments of some of my videos about it. This area you're coming down to in a second, I believe, was meant to be a cave originally, like just a cave in the rock, before it was changed to a Forerunner kind of structure because of it was easier to design or whatever else. And you'll hear Cortana here say that it's man-made, which is very obvious when you look at it. It's a bit redundant.
It is not a natural formation. Someone built it, so it must lead somewhere.
Yeah,
hacked into the Covenant
that's
battle.
clearly not a natural formation.
Begin broadcasting tactical data on unencrypted channels. We should show them who they're dealing with. Master Chief, I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
Right, so if I remember correctly, gotta go down here, and I think there's a ramp we need to go up in a jiffy. I always get lost on this part, and it's very, very obvious where you're meant to go. Straight up here and over, and then that'll take us to the light bridge. Now, the one good thing is I've remembered that there's an elite round the corner here who makes me jump out of my skin every time I play this level. Every single time I, yeah, I suppose, QP, you are right. Technically, it's not man-made. Oh, look at this. We're on fire. Ooh. Yeah, we'll hang around here for a second till the shields go back up, and then we'll go and meet the elite, who will not make me jump this time because I'm remembering him. The thing is, one of the things you'll learn about me, if this is something I continue to do in the future, is I have an absolutely atrocious memory. My girlfriend gets driven to despair. She will tell me to do things, I will say yes, and within about 20 seconds, as soon as anything else takes my attention, I will forget. But I haven't forgotten this guy here, this time. Did two guys there, sugar. I'll give it a jiffy to recharge, and hopefully we'll stick this guy as well. Lovely, that'll deal with that nice and easy. Okay, we're making a pretty good go of it so far. It's not legendary. Maybe one day we'll do legendary, but I'd have to not talk at all. I'd have to literally sit here in silence the entire time if I was to do that, and even then I probably wouldn't do a very good job of it. No, Nightlife, this isn't on console. This is on, I'm playing this on PC on the Master Chief Collection. Right, we're looking pretty good. So we'll go back down, hop in the car, hop in the Warthog, and continue on our merry way. Ben, how old, other Ben Devine, how old were you guys, I'm guessing, when this came out? When this came out, I was 13. I'm 33 now. So I was 13 when Halo first came out. Feels like a very, very long time ago. I mean, they're the best years of your life, I think. If you're a gamer, I think they're the best years of your life for gaming, because, you know, from the age of about 7 to the age of about 16, 18, until I discovered the pub, I had all the time in the world to just sit and play video games the whole time. And yeah, certainly for gaming, it was amazing. The pub kind of trumps it once you get to a certain age, going out with your mates. But, you know, when I was younger, just being able to sit around with your mates all the time playing video games was the best thing ever. Favourite side character in the series? That's a tough question. Who is my favourite side character in the series?
Nice one!
I like 343 Guilty Spark, if he classes as a side character. I think they do a good job of imbuing even those kind of AIs with a lot of personality. I like 343 Guilty Spark. He's also just hums a little bit, doesn't he? Hums around the place, you know, all that kind of stuff. Quite like that. You know, it's very jovial, very cheerful. This section is fantastic as well. I think this is pretty much the only non-linear section in the game, other than the Silent Cartographer, in that you can kind of choose where you go. With there being kind of 3 different places to choose from. What these places do a good job of is varying up the combat in terms of what they challenge you to do. There's one that's kind of takes you up on a hill and you can use a sniper rifle, which you are given here. There's another which brings you in a bit closer, and there's one which kind of does things at mid-range, and I think that's a nice touch. You know, this level is, as much as the Pillar of Autumn is about getting you acclimatised to things. Pillar of Autumn is very much about getting to grips with the most basic of gameplay mechanics, and Halo is about getting you used to getting you used to kind of the openness of things, and you know, a bit more of that kind of sandbox gameplay that you'll kind of, it will slowly build up over the course of the game. So we've got a sniper here, so we're going to do some sniping. I've not done a very good job of being stealthy. I know there's usually a dude up here. Great. Cheeky beggar. Sorry, gone quiet because I'm concentrating again. I will remember to keep talking. And that's the health pack we so desperately needed, which is good stuff. Feeling a little bit calmer about things now. This playthrough is going to be a constant battle not to embarrass myself. So anytime I can get a bit more health is good. Lovely. And so I believe the Marines for this section are somewhere underground. So we'll try and find the way in. I can't remember where it is. I think it actually may have been where that elite is. Yes. Cool beans. All right, so we can go downstairs now and have a little look see for them. See the bloodstains here gives you a pretty good indication that they've had a bit of a tough time. Something I'm also trying to do here is remember to use grenades. I forget to use grenades very often and just end up shooting. And grenades in this are a very important part of the game, not just because obviously they dish out much more damage in a shorter time than any of your guns can, but they can. I've always tended, this might not be the right way to use them, I've always tended to use them as a way of pushing away enemies when, so for example here, where there's a lot of enemies around, using them to free up a bit of space around you so that you don't get surrounded or pushed by the elites. Because the AI in these games, so another thing that this game was pretty good at was the AI. Compared to a lot of games, it's pretty noticeable that the it's pretty noticeable. I can't hit anyone. It's pretty noticeable that jeez Louise, pretty noticeable that they kind of think for themselves a little bit. Okay. Thanks, 90. Appreciate the kind words on the content. Yeah, I've been working my little cotton socks off recently to try and get stuff out. I suppose I feel a little bit more pressure, but it's very bizarre having as many subscribers as I do. Yeah, I agree, Daniel. Lots of this, it's absolutely terrible gameplay. I feel like on the whole it's not been too bad so far, but that was a shocking 30 seconds of gameplay there. That will happen more. I'm not very good at the melees either. I will definitely miss a lot of melees. Thanks for the kind words to Daniel. I'm playing on heroic. If I played on legendary, I would get my ass handed to me unless I stopped talking entirely and just kind of sat here with a frown on my face, concentrating. Heroic is still going to be a little bit of a challenge. People always, I get a lot of comments that say, you know, oh, you're playing the game on easy or you're playing the game on normal in the video, and that there is a reason for that. Obviously on heroic or legendary in this game or similar difficulties in other games, it's difficult to get the footage you're trying to get when you're constantly getting blasted to the point of dying. So there is kind of a method to the madness there in terms of why I'm playing on those difficulties. It's not just because I lack talent. It is because it makes it a lot easier to actually create the videos. That didn't go well for my Marines by the sounds of things. Okay, we only lost one. We still got the gunner, so we are good. It's all gravy at the moment. So we'll head on to another one now. Yeah, Adam, I am playing on a controller simply because I don't have enough USB ports in my PC to have a mouse, a keyboard, and everything else plugged in. So I'm having to Bluetooth certain things. I'm actually playing on a PS5 controller, using DS for Windows, because it's lovely and comfortable. Ow. Yeah, JC, I mean, if people enjoy it, I will try and stream a bit more. It will never become like the primary thing that I do on the channel, and this... Oh, I've got a sniper rifle. I should be using that, really, shouldn't I? It'll never become the primary thing that I do on the channel. But I'd like to do a bit more of it. It's always nice, actually, interacting with people. You know, I something I'm quite proud of is I do try and respond to a lot. Sorry, I'm talking and not concentrating on enemies here. Something I do try to do is reply to as many people as I can in the comments. It's something I'm very proud of because it's important to me that I do. You know, people don't have to watch these videos. The idea that they even watch any of the videos I make at all is amazing to me and fills me with joy. And I've always kind of been of the opinion from the very start that if people are going to spend the time actually watching the videos, the least I can do is take the time to try and respond and engage with as many people as possible. I just think it's common courtesy. You know, I see creators with, you know, I try to watch analysis videos now and then myself. I never watch them on the topics I'm covering because I don't like the idea of things kind of colouring my opinion or, you know, ending up having someone else's views as my own without even thinking about it. But, you know, I see a lot of kind of smaller content creators or content creators of my size. So on the smaller size, I know, you know, I've grown a bit, but, you know, compared to someone with, say, 1 million subs or whatever. And they don't tend to talk to the people that actually make the videos, and I do kind of feel like it's just a certain level of respect is just to speak to the people who are kind enough to watch them.
I'll call in a dropship to pick them up.
You know, you can't expect people to sit and watch your videos and things without you being willing to engage some time with the people that are watching them as well. So I always try to do that, and I think this is a very long-winded answer coming back to the stream. I think the stream is a nice way of doing that as well, talking to people who watch the videos and things. So I will try and do more of it. Oh, look at that! I've just, yeah, like I say, I've just got to learn to play while talking a bit more, which is something I'm not overly used to at present. All right. I think, is that number 2 cleared? I think it might be.
Affirmative, Foehammer. We're ready for dust off. Approach when ready. We're going to look for the last lifeboat, Echo 419. Good luck.
Oh, my girlfriend's saying hello as well. Hello, sweetheart, from the other room. As I said earlier, my girlfriend banished me to the spare room. I'm joking, darling. She didn't banish me to the spare room, quite rightfully. She has to be allowed to watch TV and stuff as well. So I've set everything up in the spare room, which is why you can see a bed behind me, covered in clothes and various things, which I've also been asked to clean up multiple times. And again, this comes back to the terrible memory and not being able to remember to do things that have been asked to do. Simple things that I should be able to remember to do. I need a list of some description, really. At work, I have to keep a lot of lists, because otherwise I forget things almost instantly. Imagine Art, yeah, you can talk to me on Discord at some point. I don't have a Discord channel, but if you email me in the if you email me on the email address on the about section of my channel, I always try to get back to people who email me on that. So email me on that, and I'm sure we can sort something out, my man. My girlfriend says that's clean laundry behind me, not dirty. That she might be right. I can't.
So we can link up with the rest of the survivors.
Got to be careful what I say now. I'm sure it is clean. No, she's not kicking me out. She loves me very much, apart from my memory. I think. Alright, so I always like to hop out here and jump in this seat myself and do a bit of blasting. So we'll do that for a second.
Mira, there's another view. I'm going in. Over here. Don't get cocky now.
Really? Is none of this hitting him? Holy moly, either he's the most powerful grunt in the world, or I am doing a terrible job. It's probably the latter. It's quite a nice choke point to just blast into.
Hey, that one was mine! More of them! I see them! You can't hide from me! Roger that! Back me up! Go,
I'm
go,
almost
go.
certain I'll be
Survivors detected. Marines are concealed in those rocks.
Killing a lot of the Marines there as well, so we'll stop shooting at the thing and keep going.
Don't bother getting up, buddy. I'll keep you down.
The Marine chatter is fantastic in these games as well. Really does a lot to imbue them with a bit of personality. And that's something, you know, they continue to build on in the other games as well. The Marines tend to get more and more verbose as the game goes on, which is, as the series goes on, which is great because, you know, like I say, something I like is the storytelling that's done within the game, and everything contributes to that, whether it's the Marines, the radio messages, you know, it all comes together to create kind of a tapestry, which is what I really like. So we'll try and get some headshots here. I'm not promising anything. It's very unlikely that that'll actually happen. But awful. There we go, right in the head. Oh. The jackals are going to be the bane of my life during this playthrough, especially on heroic. I'm going to struggle a little bit with them, I think. So we're nearly at the end of the game now. At the end of the game, I wish. At the end of the level now. I think it's just this dropship and then it's done. I think this is the last one. This poor blighter, he's, yeah, there we go. They, it's very unfortunate for them. That was not intentional in any way. You know, that's what happens in war sometimes. Bad things happen for no reason. And on that occasion, it was to those two poor sausages sitting in the warthog. So R.I.P. them. Another thing I also will forget to do over and over again is look at my radar. I always forget that there's a radar. Okay, there is one more ship. No, that one's off. I always forget to look at my radar for the enemies. So I need to try and do that. I don't know if I can... I haven't got a mouse plugged in at the moment, Imagine Art, so I can't type it in chat. Basically, I can spell it for you though, mate. It's so if you get a pen and paper ready, or your keyboard. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. The email address is B, like the letter B, talks, Talks, games, GAMES @gmail.com. If you pop me an email there, I will do it, but I'll clarify that at the end because I'm sure there's a chance that I've got that wrong as well. So let me double check in a second on my phone when we get to the end of this level, and I'll give you that again. God, I'll tell you what, auto aim or not, I'm feeling pretty good about the aiming at the moment. This ain't too bad at all. Do with a little bit more sniper ammo though. I don't know if there's any down there. I feel like when I used to play this when I was younger, I was way better at just one-tapping the grunts with a pistol in the head. I feel like I'm aiming for the head at the moment, but it doesn't seem to do it as much. And again, this will be a lack of talent. It won't be the game.
He's being held on a Covenant cruiser, the Truth and Reconciliation. A ship I disabled before we abandoned the Autumn. The Truth and Reconciliation touched down on a desert plateau roughly 300 kilometers upspin. There's our ride. Get aboard and let's get out of here.
Cool, so that is Halo done. I'm going to quickly check on my phone what that email address is, just so you got it, because again I will forget that immediately. So we'll get the cutscene going while I do that. Yeah, so that's right, it's btalksgames@gmail.com. BTALKSGAMES@gmail.com. If you pop me an email on that, and I will get back to you tonight or tomorrow, mate. I've actually got the day off tomorrow beautifully, so I'll have a look in the morning or whenever. Hello again to anybody who's joining as well. Lovely to have you here for this. We're playing through Halo Combat Evolved on Heroic. Trying not to die. which we haven't done so far yet. 66 concurrent viewers, that is amazing. Really appreciate everybody taking the time to watch.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock on to the tracking signal with Captain Key's neural implants.
I'm being a bit naughty. I didn't know what the rules were on streaming, like if you're allowed a beer in front of you while streaming, and I didn't want to get in any trouble with the YouTube police. So I'm actually having my beer out of a little mug here. I'm not drinking copious amounts of tea, as you might think from a British person.
Take out as many of the Covenant as you can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the ultimate surprise.
Well, I've done a terrible job of being undetected there. Basically, just don't let them get on the guns is the big thing here.
Let him have it! Who's with me? What the?
I always try on this level to survive the... Yeah, you always get this elite coming down here. I always try on the on this part of the level to try and keep as much sniper ammo as I can through to when you get on the ship, because it does make the ship section a lot easier. The ship section I'm kind of dreading because I really don't enjoy it that much. I think it's quite a bland part of the campaign compared to this first bit. This first bit is lovely. You know, you've just done a level. You've just done a level that is very open. Things are very spread out, and then you come to this level and it brings things in closer again. And anyone, this is a great song as well. Anyone who's watched my videos will know that something I always talk about is this idea of kind of Bungie playing with the size of areas, going from kind of narrow to open and open to narrow and back again. And that is within levels themselves a lot of the time. You'll often go from you know, kind of corridors into an open space, back into a corridor, back into an open space, and vice versa, which really they do really well. And it's a huge part of why the game's the sandbox feels so entertaining, I think, because it's not just kind of the mechanics themselves, the gameplay mechanics that you are using during the game. It's also the way the levels vary up the spaces that works really well. But you also see that between levels as well. So if you think about what happens during Combat Evolved, you start with the Pillar of Autumn, which is very narrow, and obviously that makes sense because you're getting used to the controls and, as we said, the basic mechanics of the game. You then go to Halo, which is very open in comparison. You then go to Truth and Reconciliation, which goes very narrow again. And then you go to Silent Cartographer, which opens up again. So even within the kind of wider context of the levels themselves, Bungie mixes it up a lot from moment to moment, and it's a huge kind of part of why the levels are so great. And it's something I haven't heard, I don't hear people talk about as much as they maybe should, because it is a huge factor for me. Other than like the entertainment value of the sandbox itself, it is the reason why these games are so entertaining. Or fudge cakes. Right, I'm also trying not to swear, so if I say things like fiddlesticks or fudge cakes, that's just because I'm trying not to shout out obscenities instead. I can be quite sweary when I'm just speaking. Jesus Christ. There we go. Didn't last that long. My favourite track from any Halo game? Sorry, every time someone asks me a question, I go, don't know why I'm doing that. Favourite track from any Halo game? I actually like the Halo Combat Evolved soundtrack the best, so I'd probably have to pick an outside choice. A weird choice would probably be I think it's called Air Traffic Control, that plays at the end of NMPDHQ in ODST. Love that track. That kind of standoff on the roof at the end before the chieftain comes, where you have all the brutes and people being dropped in. and you have the air traffic control track playing. Oh, sugar. Is brilliant. I love that track. I think it really, really fits. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, right, I've gone invisible. That's why it flashed. I couldn't work out what had happened there. Why is the screen flashing like it is? It's because I'm invisible. That makes a lot more sense. I can hear one. I can't... Oh, there he is. And this is pretty cool as well. The Marines do keep getting dropped off during this section, I think. Are they dropping off more Marines now? Yeah, dropping off more Marines now. And then again in this next section, they'll drop off another load of Marines before you go up into the lift, just to make sure when the... and I assume that is because you have that set piece with the... Because you have that set piece with the sword elite, the invisible elite that comes in. I assume Bungie thought we've got to have some elite, we've got to have some Marines there, in order for you to witness them kind of dying one by one, while you try and work out exactly what is happening. I can't help but feel like I should be using my sniper a little more here. Oh goodness. In general, I'm feeling pretty good about how everything's going so far. I know some of you will probably be thinking heroic isn't that difficult, but I'm feeling a lot of pressure. What with the stream and having to try and talk, so we're going to just try and dunk that guy as well. That might not be close enough. Oh no! Oh no! Disaster. Okay, we got him. We had enough to get him, but I actually should have left one of them up really to shoot the people that come in. I said in the video that oh, thanks, Jonathan, mate. Appreciate the feedback, dude. Anyone who watches, honestly, it's amazing to me that you watch any of it, honestly. So this section does go on quite a while. Oh dear, I just... Yeah, sorry, Marine. Oh, that's some low quality aiming as well. I should be using these a bit more, really. This will make this considerably easier, I think. Just got to remember to get out of it when the hunters turn up, because that is not a good time, being sat anywhere stationary and at a distance from the hunters. So this actually makes this section pretty easy to deal with. I completely forgot about that. Should have done it a lot earlier, really. As you can see here, you can just kind of sit here and melt through them, really. Oh, unless they take your shield down like that, cheeky beggar. Okay, that is oh, whoops-a-daisy. There's quite a lot of dead Covenant. Okay, now we all know the trick with the hunters here. Okay, good. That was solid. And again, can we make it 2 out of 2? Oh, look at that! Happy days. Happy days. Obviously, they removed that from hunters later in the game. I'm not entirely sure whether you can do that in any other Halo games. I always remember trying it in pretty much every one, and you can't. And I understand why they removed it, because obviously the hunters are meant to be these big, brutish characters that are very difficult to take down, and shooting them in the back once like that is doesn't really give across kind of the power, the sheer, unadulterated power of the hunters. So yeah, I understand why they removed it, but I do like it. So now we're going to hop up in the ship, and this next section is one of my least favourite in the game. And you know, I keep mentioning the video just now that I put up today, and apologies, I only do that because I feel like I'm repeating myself, even if you haven't watched it. The indoor areas in Halo Combat Evolved are generally of much lower quality than the outdoor areas. That's awful, that purple screen. So we're going to try and catch the Sword Elite before he takes anyone out here. As I'm sure any of you, all of you are aware,
Think maybe nobody's home.
this fellow will say there's no covenant, but we know that there is going to be a covenant in a minute. Is it over here? Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, because otherwise that guy, as you all know, he'll run around and he will... Oh no, there's two. Okay. Fair enough. How's about that memory? I genuinely thought there was only one. But yeah, it's a cool moment if you don't kind of cheese it there by... Oh my god, how many of them are there? I do not remember them being this many. And it's a very cool moment because you'll notice Marines dying and then you kind of probably catch them. Jeez Louise, more. Okay. I'm guessing this is because I've only played this on normal recently, or easy or whatever, to get footage, so I've probably forgotten how many. I did not remember there being a million of them. Bit of a shame you can't grab the sword, obviously. That's something that's not introduced until Halo 2. On this occasion, the swords just kind of evaporate in a flash of plasma, much like the fuel rod cannons as well. Which is a bit of a shame, but they rectify that. Oh my goodness, there's more! And another one. What is happening here? I don't remember there being like 10 of them every time you open a door, man. Wow, you see, I was being all smarty pants at the beginning of that. You know, oh, I'll take the sword guy out and that'll keep all the Marines alive. Actually, I've done a terrible job. And this is a prime example of why you shouldn't count your chickens. I just heard another... Oh my... Good grief. Right. Hunters. Okay, that one got in the way. Hunters just do the same thing as before. Take your time and everything's gravy. Just give me 1 sec. I'm just going to make the chat a little bit bigger, make it easier for me to see things. Okay, there we go. Right, so next you head down to this door, and usually I'm joined by a squad of brave Marines, but on this occasion there are no Marines, unfortunately, because I got a little bit too cocky, and they're all dead. Okay, so we'll grab this health pack here and we'll carry on. And this next part is real boring. I mean, you know, the purple of the ship is very gaudy and the level is uninteresting. Hopefully we'll get through it relatively quickly, fingers crossed. And this is why you want to have kind of the sniper out as well, because it makes some of these sections a little bit easier as well. And yeah, it just goes on for such a long time, this bit, and there's not really anything to it. I mean, mildly interesting is probably the best I could use to describe this. I think what really gets me about this is it doesn't really... It's obviously meant to be a military ship, but it doesn't really... With the Pillar of Autumn in the first level, I feel like you get more of a sense of it being an actual place that humans in that in that case spend a lot of time on. You know, you have a mess hall, you have all this kind of stuff, whereas I can't really see, you know, obviously they've got weapons storage and stuff here, but I find it difficult sometimes to see the ship as it doesn't feel like a real environment to me a lot of the time, is what I'm very kind of haphazardly trying to say. It just feels like it's been made to look alien, rather than them thinking, okay, this is a ship where the Covenant live and, pardon me, you know, travel to other worlds and fight and everything else. How would they use that ship? How would they move around it? Where do they go? All of this kind of stuff. It just feels, Jesus, it just feels like it's alien for the sake of being alien. And, yeah, I don't know. If there's a sound in the background, someone keeps inviting me to play. I'm guessing they've seen on the stream my name. I don't know how to turn that off, so give me a second. Let me just clear... Right. Okay, I'm just going to pause it for 1 second, and I'm just going to figure out how to go offline so that can't happen. There are no options available for your play. Does anybody know how to go offline, or to stop this from happening? Oh God, I wish I wasn't so technically inept. Right. Xbox Social, okay. My favourite Halo. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you. I'm just going to work out how to appear offline. Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's someone... Oh, no, that hasn't stopped it. Maybe it has. Okay. I'm not on Steam. I'm on the Windows version, so I'm just trying to... I'm using the Xbox Windows app, yeah. Can someone tell me how to stop the invites? Windows key and G, yeah, cool. It says I'm appearing offline, but I'm still getting invites. So I just need to work out how to turn that off. Yeah, you see, it says I'm appearing offline, but I'm still getting the invites, so I'm not really sure. Hang on, I'm just going to open my privacy settings and just see if I can turn it off. Oh, this is irritating. There's always one, isn't there? Right, okay, I've turned off the notification sound now, so hopefully it's still popping up on the screen, but I can deal with that. Hopefully hopefully that stopped the noise at least from coming up. I don't know. I'm appearing offline already, so... block them, that's a good idea. How do I do that? Windows G. Okay. Ah. Okay, I think we might have now sorted it. I blocked them. It's still popping up, so I don't... It's an absolute nightmare. Yeah, sorry about this. I'm just looking at the thing because I'm trying to figure this out for myself. Honestly, I think I've turned off the sound. Yeah, I've got. It says I'm offline and I've blocked the person, but the little notification bar is still popping up. So I don't know how to turn that off. It just keeps popping up on the left side, but that doesn't really bother me. So we are all good as long as the sound's gone, which from the sounds of things it has. We're not too worried. I can ignore that. So yeah, anyway, as I was saying, I've never really felt like Truth and Reconciliation as an environment. It feels like as real a place as some of the other areas, and especially that the kind of human ship does, but the Pillar of Autumn does. In general, it's just a little bit nondescript. I think it lacks a bit of personality. Yes, Nudu, I have played this. I have played this before. I've played this many times. It may not look like it, but I promise you that I have. I finished this on Legendary on my own, as with the other two, as with 2 and 3. As unbelievable as that might sound, watching the action taking place in front of you. Of course, we now open this gate, which will cause these guys to come out. But there's no Marines to join me, unfortunately, because the dudes with the swords got them all. Yeah, I think what I'll maybe do at the end of this mission, guys, is while the cutscene plays out, I'll just have a little Google and make sure that that's not going to happen again. Awesome. Thanks for watching, Chev, mate. Appreciate you coming along for a bit. If you're back anytime soon, I'll probably be on this for a while, I'd imagine. I'm not sure how much of the game we're going to get through, but I've got a bit of time, so we'll just keep plugging away at it until I don't know when. We'll just keep plugging away at it, basically. On a separate note, how is the actual quality of the stream for every... Oh, I love this section. How's the actual stream for everyone? Oh, fudge cakes. 40 odds. Well, yeah, not quite. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that, man. Sorry if you said that. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. This is really bad news. Gotta pay attention. I feel like there was health over here. Yeah, good. Ah, here come the Marines. Lovely. Whoever shouted that out a second ago is a wise man indeed. Oh, will you go away? Quality is good. Oh, brilliant. Okay. Yeah, I spent some time. I got in a bit of a pickle with the video. I know this is another amazing song, by the way. This game is packed full of fantastic tracks. I also need to focus on the Marines, or they're all going to die. I got in a bit of a pickle with the video where obviously what I normally do is I write a script. I'll then edit it and record it, and then obviously I'll either have already got the footage or I'll record some footage. Did all that, popped it on the timeline, and it wouldn't render. I did that kind of yesterday morning because I've got to give it a bit of time to render. I normally do a few renders and just check that everything's okay in terms of the editing and all that kind of stuff, you know. Pardon me, couple of test renders, but it wouldn't render for love nor money, and it was driving me to absolute despair. So I ended up... Oh my god, I'm going to die in a minute, aren't I? Sugar? Not good. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
Cortana to Echo 419, requesting reinforcements at our position.
I think what's key here is to get rid of those guys on the top first. Oh no. Awful play. Sorry, not covering myself in glory here. So yeah, as I was saying, I couldn't get the blooming thing to render. It would start rendering and I'd get an error, and I couldn't work out where the clip was. I'd work out from the percentage it stopped at what clip that was on the timeline, change that clip out, but it didn't seem to do anything. So I ended up having to re-render the whole thing, which meant I ended up having to re-edit the whole thing, which meant I was pretty predisposed today, which was kind of irritating, doing the same thing I'd already done once. Again, managed to get it to work that second time. So I only had a few moments to actually look into the stream this morning in between working on that, just because the editing can be quite time-consuming. And I think I got the settings right, and it does, by the sounds of things, sound like I've got the settings right. So that's good news, that it's all lovely and clear. You can see my my ugly mug and the game in high quality. Something no one ever needed. No one needed to see. But you've got it nonetheless, you lucky scamps. Okay, we're having a better time with this so far. God, these guys are NFL level grenade throwers, aren't they? Good grief. Okay, we're looking pretty good. Favourite Halo game? Probably Combat Evolved. Okay, good. No, focus on me. Lovely. Yeah, probably Halo Combat Evolved. It was the first one I played. Like I was kind of talking about earlier, if you're on the stream earlier, I also just love the simplicity of it. There's something about it I find very charming, in that it's Halo at its purest. Oi. It's Halo at its purest, I think, and that's something I really love. You know, there's no denying that later games add a lot. You know, Halo 2, the cutscenes and the way it expands on the lore is fantastic. Oh, that's a nice stick. The way it expands on all the stuff is fantastic. I didn't think the game was as good generally to play, but yeah, in that regard it was. And you know, Halo 3 kind of, I think, goes back a bit more to kind of the roots of Halo Combat Evolved. Reach, I think, is fantastic. Reach, I think, is a fantastic game, as you're probably aware from the amount of videos I've done on it recently. I absolutely adore Reach as a game. I think it's a really, really nice addition to the series. 4, yeah, 4's a game. 4 is a game. The graphics in 4 are something. It's the best thing I can talk about is the graphics. The graphics in 4 are probably the most impressive thing to me. I look at that game and I still can't believe it actually came out on 360. It's a very, very impressive title, graphically. Playing it, not so sure I have that good a time with it. Oh, and I forgot ODST. ODST I love as well. Unlike some people, I'm not as big a fan of the Mombasa Streets. I think they're a good addition and they're interesting, but I think at times they can be a little bit lifeless. You know, I think something Halo can often do quite well in levels is have stuff, you know, like people being dropped into the level, or things, you know, things change as you progress. And I think ODST, the Mombasa Streets, that doesn't happen as much as I would like. Yeah, I missed the Flood in 4 as well. Luke do. I like the Flood. I know other people don't, but I like the Flood. And then 5. Yeah, 5's also a game, isn't it? 5 is okay. I hate the story with a bit of a passion, really. I don't find it interesting particularly. I just find it gets overcomplicated. You know, you don't need to make things more complicated to make them more entertaining, and I think, you know, something 5 is a little bit guilty of. try not to die here. I'm embarrassing myself again. Right, so I'm hoping we're going to be coming up here to the cells where you find keys, unless I've got lost. There is always a chance that I've got lost, but I'm hoping this is where the cells that lead to keys are.
Wow, he's taller than I thought. And better looking, too.
Oh, cheers, mate. That is outrageous. There should be something there that tells them not. There should be something that tells them not to shoot when you're put in a position where you can be a bit stealthy. The stealth sections, it's very hard to stay stealthy for too long anyway. Most of the time when you play these, you get them here, you get them in assault control room quite a bit, where you come across the sleeping grunts and patrolling elites. But yeah, the fact that Marines shoot them before you've even done anything is a little bit irritating. I must confess. Oh, you didn't? How did you expect me to look, Fred? I don't know if that's a compliment, Freddie, that you didn't expect me to look like this. I don't know if that's a compliment or not a compliment. You have to enlighten me on that front. That could be a good thing and a bad thing. Hello, Mads. Okay, so we're looking pretty good again now. We had a little wobble back there in the hangar, but we're looking a little bit better now. Hello, Sam. Thank you for the kind words, my dude. I really appreciate that. Yeah, like I was saying, we're looking a little bit better again now. I feel like got a bit more of my Halo flow back.
We must be in the brig.
I know Keys is always in this top left cell, isn't he? And it's not this
The
one.
captain must be in one of them. We need to keep looking for him.
Oh, you can't even open it here. I forget what you can and can't do. Actually, let's double check that. Oh, you can open it, and I did it. I didn't realise I did. Well, that's wonderful. I don't know if there's anything in any of these that you can grab that's of any use. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. And I look like Ethan Hawke. Oh, that's nice. Oh, he's quite a handsome chap. I'll take that. My least favourite Halo title? Probably 2. And I have to preface that because I know there's a lot of fans of 2 who are gonna tell me I'm wrong. But there is a reason. There are reasons beyond the game itself with 2 that I dislike it. And part of that is. I love Combat Evolved because of how open it is, and for one thing, 2 is, I feel in general, is more narrow and presents a less varied sandbox quite a lot of the time, in terms of what's on offer. Halo, you look at these scenes like Assault on the Control Room when you first go out into the snow, and there's so much going on, so many different options, and I feel like Halo 2 sometimes doesn't present as many options within the same space. I don't think it's as open, and
they call it Halo.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I should quantify this as well. Sorry, so I have an issue where I don't consider 4 and 5. I only think of the Bungie games. No, I absolutely think 2 is better than 4 and 5. Everything's better than 4 and 5. Sorry, in my head, I always think of the Bungie games as their own separate thing. I always think of 4 and 5 as these 2 games that kind of sit to the side and are unrelated. No, every game in the original trilogy and Reach and ODST is better than 4 and 5. 4 and 5 have parts that I like, but they are both the weakest in the series. Sorry, I should have better explained myself.
Damage during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
That's bad news. If
I'd agree
Halo
with that,
is a
Freddie.
weapon,
Yeah, the story
and
is
Covenant
superior
in
to how the
control,
game is actually
they'll
designed.
use it against us and wipe out the entire human race.
The cutscenes, especially in the anniversary edition of 2, the redone Halo 2 cutscenes are absolutely fantastic. I must say, I love what they did with those. As you'll know, if you've seen my videos on Combat Evolved, I'm not very kind about the anniversary edition of the game. I think it is
Head back to the shuttle bay and call for evac.
not very good at all in really any respect. And the anniversary edition of 2 is a million times better. It's so much better. And one of the things, perhaps the thing they nail the most in that, is the cutscenes. The cutscenes in that game are absolutely fantastic. Cool. Okay, we're looking pretty good. I remember this section on Legendary. Okay, that's not the right way. I remember this section on Legendary. Shooting through each other. Okay, that's so funny. What I was about to say is that I remember this section being irritating on Legendary because Keys would die. And what happens before I even finish the sentence? Keys dies. Oh god, I'm not having a good time there with the sniper rifle. Jeez. Okay. Okay, just going to be a little bit careful with Keys here because that was embarrassing a second ago. So just going to try and stay a little bit closer to him this time, make sure that doesn't happen. Hey, what I will say is that I didn't die because of my own lack of skill in terms of killing the Covenant. So we're gonna ignore that death and just call that kind of cheese on Halo's part, I suppose would be the best way of describing it. Right. Alright, we're nearly there. I have a feeling it's just through here. I remember it being really... I've actually been playing this game through... playing Truth and Reconciliation through recently for a video, and I remember it being a really short walk to the control panel that you hit to actually end the mission, but it seems to be longer than I thought. Cool little touch here. Someone may prove me wrong, but I believe if you look here, this is on the other side of this vent is where you start the mission Keys. So you kind of start somewhere over here in this corridor, and you walk along, and you'll be on the other side of this vent, and you'll look in, and you can actually see fudge cakes. Didn't know they were there. And what you'll see is that you can look through the vent and see the proto grave mind that Keys has been turned into up there, which kind of gives you a hint at what happens. And that's pretty cool. Hello Nathan, mate. How you doing? That's another one of my friends from real life, so to speak, has just joined in. So hello to him. Thank you, Dennis, for the kind words as well, mate. Oh, what am I forgetting? What am I forgetting? What am I forgetting? Tell me, Ryla, because that's going to drive me mad. I'm sure there's plenty of things I'll forget, by the way. Hey, Juan, if that's the right pronunciation of your name, thanks for joining the stream, dude.
Stow the belly aching, soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
This is one of my favourite tracks in the game. Plays a couple of times during this level. And now it's just a short hop, skip, and a jump. control panel, and I believe you just press this and it ends. I could be wrong though. That's running out. Right. Sorry guys, I'll be back in 10 seconds while the cutscene plays. Just going to grab a drink. Give me 2 seconds.
Load up. Let's get on board.
Give me a minute to interface with the ship's controls.
No need. I'll take this bird out myself.
Captain, Hunter!
Hang on.
Nice one, sir.
Time for a little payback.
Oh dear. Okay, so here we go. The number 1 level on my list of Halo missions. I think we all know why this scene is a big part of it. Absolutely cracking.
Somewhere under this island. The cartographer
Sorry, just
in the map room.
pouring myself a drink in preparation.
The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut
Okay, here we go. Very exciting stuff. Yeah, this is the iconic scene in Halo Combat Evolved, really, isn't it? You have the theme playing, all the Marines and everything. You know, it's a sci-fi twist on kind of the Saving Private Ryan beach scene, and yeah, it's a brilliant piece of game design. Something just as a point out quickly here, if you haven't seen my video on the Silent Cartographer, what this mission does really well is funnel you right down the centre. As you'll notice, the beach is actually quite a big environment. What they do is they place all the enemies here right in the centre, other than like a couple of groups on the side. And what it does is it funnels you through the middle and keeps the action intense. Within a large area. So rather than spread things out and run the risk of, you know, things getting less intense, because you want it to be really pumped up and things with the music. It kind of funnels everybody down the middle, and it creates a much more explosive encounter than I think it would otherwise be. It's awful grenade throwing. It's a little bit better. Okay, nice clean encounter. That's good stuff. I haven't seen the developers' commentary of the game, Leon. I know they have done stuff on various levels and things. I try not to watch anything like that if I can help it, just because I always have the concern that I'll forget what the developers said and then I'll end up making that point as my own. Copycat. Obviously accidentally, but nonetheless repeating things that's already been said. And I like to try and think things through on my own. Something I enjoy when I make these videos is kind of playing them myself and seeing what I can spot and things. And it's something I enjoy as well, is when people tell me stuff that I've missed. It's why actually I did the 343 Guilty Spark video again quite recently, is because people pointed out stuff I missed. I noticed a couple of things that I missed, and I wanted to go back and do it again. And even then, having done it twice, I have since had one or two things pointed out to me that I didn't include. I won't be doing the video again, just because at this point, obviously that video went a little bit bananas in terms of views and things. So I won't do it again because I don't want to be accused of repeating things just to get views. Yeah, there are always things that I miss. On that occasion, it was the Covenant actually sit looking away from kind of the doors, much like the guns placed there, which is a cool little feature. You know, they're looking into the facility again, and you know, you'd think if you were coming in, they'd be looking out, you know, at where you'd arrive, and they're not. And it's a cool feature. Yeah, sorry about the mess. This is the spare room we don't actually use. It's not my bedroom. My girlfriend and I have a 2-bedroom flat, and this is the... oh, sugar, I haven't got on the RAM. This is the bedroom we don't use, which is why it's got all my washed. My girlfriend was very keen for me to emphasise that they are clean clothes on the bed that just need to be put away. So do bear that in mind, if that makes any difference whatsoever. So that ramp there is very cool. Obviously, it serves two purposes. Firstly, it's a bit of a trick ramp because you go up it, you see it, you no doubt want to go up it, and what happens when you go up it, you end up in the middle of a massive group of Covenant. So it's a bit of a kind of gotcha moment by Bungie, you know, a little bit of a trick played on you. But also, at the same time, this little route up here you have to take to get to the security room is a little bit hidden and out of the way. So at the same time, what it does is it's using level design to push you in the direction you want to go, right? So you come off this ramp, you land in the middle of the Covenant, which is a bit of a jump, but at the same time, it puts you right here, and hopefully while fighting the Covenant, you're going to spot this route up here, and you're going to go up there in order to progress to the next part of the level, which is what you're meant to do. We've skipped out on the visiting the room the first time here. We're doing it in a slightly different order. I thought it might be fun to do it not as intended. So obviously, if you go to the security room first, you'll see the sword elite. You'll see the sword elite there. The doors will shut, and Cortana will say that you need to go to the security room to unlock the doors. Obviously, the way we're doing it, we haven't been to that door yet, so there'll be a different line when we get there in a second after we've taken out these hunters and another group of Covenant. There'll be a different line from Cortana, and she'll kind of acknowledge that we don't fudge cakes. We don't actually know what that room is yet, so we'll see that in a second. Oh my goodness, gonna need those health packs. Cool. Okay, so that almost got way too hairy for my liking. I don't know why I'm just getting that achievement now. I've done that. I've just got the achievement for killing a hunter with one pistol round. Or maybe I did it with a sniper before, so it doesn't count. So anyway, yeah, you come up here and you'll find the security room in a second. You have another kind of quite bog standard encounter here. And this is another good example of the level design as well, kind of the wide to narrow kind of philosophy again, and this level does it quite well as well, the Silent Cartographer. You have those wide spaces like the beach, and then these kind of more narrow areas at the same time, and they work really well, and there's a lot of very considered level design throughout Halo if you kind of look for it and you're thinking about what's intended. Another example of that here is these grunts, just in case you don't think you're going the right way. And you can't see a way into the facility, you know, they all come out of these. We missed it a bit here because I turned around thinking there was someone else, but they'll come out of here. And again, it's just a subtle way of reminding you of where you need to go. They come out, so you think, right, well, there's an entrance into the rock here. You need to go this way. And again, kind of in terms of kind of the difficulty curve as well. You fight the hunters outside a minute ago in a larger space. Ouch. And then it kind of turns it on its head a bit here, and you fight them in this kind of more narrow area. Again, it's never that difficult, the hunters, because they take one shot to kill. But you can kind of see what the intention is here, and you'll see here when we activate this cutscene, I'll shut up because you'll hear the comment from Cortana about not being here before.
This isn't the map room. Analyzing. This is a security override station for the main facility, located somewhere else on this island. Shut the system down so the Covenant won't be able to lock us out. We should now have access to the main facility. Let's find the map room.
Mayday! Dropship Bravo 22 taking enemy fire! Repeat, we are under heavy fire.
Oh, right, it won't send you that.
Understood. We're on our way.
So that scene is something I highlight in my Silent Cartographer video. Is there's a few different bits and pieces like that. Dropships coming in to ferry in more troops. That scene, which you'll come across the pelican in a minute that that radio message came from. Just really nice little ways of kind of making it feel like there's stuff going on around you, you know, rather like the Pillar of Autumn, rather than you being the centre of everything that happens. It makes it feel, you know, like it's an area where there are other battles happening and stuff. And I think that's important in any game. You know, you can have your games like your Dooms and your Quakes and things like that, and you know, in those games you are the centre of everything, right? There's not really anything going on. There's not really anything going on around you. It tends to be that what's happening in the game is what's happening in front of you, and that's about it. And even though it really is just an illusion, but things like that do a nice job of kind of making it feel like things are a little bit more alive than they otherwise would be, or they otherwise are, to be fair. Jeez, bad play. Right. So there's a rocket launcher here. Which, should we take the rocket launcher? I'll let you vote on the stream. It's going to make it harder for me if we take the rocket launcher. I'd prefer to have... that's just because I'm forgetting to do it. The Covenant weapons, I'm forgetting to do it because I'm concentrating so much on talking. Quick vote. Are we taking the rocket launcher or are we leaving the rocket launcher? I can take the rocket launcher if you want to see it. I don't know how far the stream is behind, so I apologise if we're sitting here for like 30 seconds. Okay, we've got to vote for take it. I'll give it 10 more seconds if people want me to take it or not, and then we'll do it. We've got a lot of take it's. Okay, I think that's a pretty convincing argument for take it. So we'll take it in instead of the machine gun. And of course, you get a Warthog here. Again, this is just, you know, kind of bread and butter game design, really. Obviously, you're not gonna be left here with a whole load of space to cover on foot. Just kind of takes away from the pace of the mission. So you can go. I might have gone the wrong way round here as well. You might have been meant to go in the other direction to get back to where you're meant to go. But we'll head this way anyway. There's this weird little thing up here. I forget as well. If you hop out here, I always forget about this tunnel. It's never used, and you probably ain't, most people wouldn't even notice it. I've always found it odd that it's here because it's so inconspicuous and it doesn't really. Pardon me. It doesn't really serve any purpose. But there is this little tunnel here. I guess it makes it slightly quicker than going up around and back up the ramp. But I suppose you can catch the hunters unaware. So that's something. Lot of hunters in this level. They are constantly popping up. You'll see some more. Oh, I don't like this. I'm getting a bit nervous. I like having the machine gun to kind of close the gap. But now we're down to just the pistol. It's making me a bit anxious. Obviously, these guys you'd normally, these three jackals here, you'd normally take out earlier when you come up. When you come up to the security room the first time, but of course we didn't do that. Oh, I just missed him. That's irritating.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The Cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should be at the bottom floor of this facility. Let's keep going inside.
So obviously the sword elite here is gone, and if you're like me, you will forget about that sword elite almost immediately. There's also a nice optional cutscene here which just kind of gives you a scale of the Forerunner facilities. It's the other way, so we'll go back there. There's a nice cutscene here which gives you a scale of the Forerunner facilities underground, which again is important. It's just they're always doing stuff to kind of imbue the world with this sense of scale. You know, you have the island here that you can drive around. You have this scene where he kicks the thing off the rock, and just the general kind of the skybox and what you can see outside the level that you can't interact with. So this is another example of that. Also, little hint that there's an overshield down there as well for later on. So we'll carry on back the other way. Not that way. Like Truth and Reconciliation, which gets boring in its second half, the final third of the Silent Cartographer is fairly weak as well. This section on the indoors, and I feel like I'm just repeating myself near constantly about this, but geez Louise, they take a lot of hits. It's just not overly inspiring, and if we switch to the anniversary graphics, it's just horrible. It's so over designed. It's real nasty on the anniversary edition. There's just too many lines, too much stuff going on, and yeah, I'm not a huge fan at all. I just wanted to just switch it for a second because it's always fun talking about how poor these are. Who agrees his content could be better? Brutal. In what way? I'm always looking for constructive feedback. Something I like. So if there is any constructive feedback, do give it to me, because I'm a big boy. Hello, Colbjorn. I hope I pronounced your name right. Good to see you, my man. I hope everything's good with you. Little side note there. Those Marines, I always wonder where they came from. Obviously, the door is locked and there's a large Covenant presence there. I'm guessing that they got down there before the Covenant arrived, and then the Covenant killed them. That's the only thing I can think of. I just always found it weird that they're there. More hunters again. More of a minor inconvenience to hunters than anything else. Ow. And we'll continue on down. And I'll thanks, Rambo. And I apologise in advance because there is a 99% chance I'll get lost at some point during this. I have played this game. I actually wouldn't want to think about how many times I've played this game. And I will still forget where I'm going. I will still get lost during this section. Right, that's handy. Now I believe I can... Should be a few people I can just go ahead and whack here.
We'll be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here before additional reinforcements arrive. Find that map.
And the pistol is not the one for whacking things. There's the overshield you spot earlier during the cutscene, so that will come in handy. And then you get these two elites here at the end. And after that, we'll once I'm sure they are dead. Cool. And then we'll activate the map from here, and then it's just a case of making your way out.
Activate the map. Analyze it. Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly.
People talking about the anniversary graphics.
The shrine is an unlikely...
There are the odd occasion I don't mind them. I actually don't mind them too much during the outside section of Silent Cartographer, as it happens, in the beach. I think there are one or two places I can't think of right now where they're okay, but on the whole, I just think they're far too busy. Anniversary... Oh, see, I'm already lost. Halo 2 Anniversary is a much better attempt at it. It's still not perfect, but it is far, far better than anything in Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. I will give it that. Definitely not lost. If anybody thinks I'm lost, I'm definitely not lost. This tune, by the way, is amazing. This kind of rock and roll version of the Halo theme. Absolutely love it. Does help kind of make this second part of the area feel a little bit different, because it is kind of fairly boring otherwise. Oh, fudge. grief. Man, they will not let up. Sorry, just trying to get through this bit without dying. It'd be nice to finish this level without a death. That'd make me happy. I'm sure there are people out there who are watching this who steamroll through this without ever dying. I am not one of those people. This does require a modicum of concentration on my part. I feel great pressure being on a stream while doing this. Okay, there we go. Phew. What I'll consider doing maybe in the run up to Infinite is maybe kind of doing, I'll give them a cool name like the Sunday night sessions or something like that, and maybe consider doing each of the Halo games perhaps. I mean, we'll see how this goes. If I make it to the end, I'd like to try and make it to the end of the game. It's quite a long time to be sitting playing a game. I'm sure my girlfriend would like some attention at some point, but we'll see how we get on. I mean, we're getting to this next set of levels we're in at the moment. Silent Cartographer, Assault on the Control Room, 343 Guilty Spark is brilliant. So we'll definitely go through that at the very least, and we'll see how we go from there. This is not looking good. I stopped concentrating completely. And I've left myself in a bit of a pickle here. We'll give the Needler a go. Something where I don't have to aim too much because I'm a little bit concerned here. Okay, we're just about fluffing our way. We're just about fluffing our way through it at the moment. I'm not confident with the I can't even say it. One red bar of health. I'm not overly confident that we're going to make it all the way out of here. Oh, well, this isn't good. Isn't good at all. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that was my own fault. I grabbed the health pack earlier and forgot that I had no shield and immediately lost all of the health benefits I was given. That is completely my fault. So hopefully, take that guy out first. Okay, I just have to, oh God. Be a little bit careful here, because you don't want to see all of this again. Right, just a quick warning, I will almost certainly mess this part up and die. I'm going to try and kill him with the rocket launcher, and probably isn't going to go too well, so we'll see what happens. Okay, lovely. There we go. I have in the past had problems with shooting him with that and blowing myself up. This is heroic we're playing at the moment, so we're it's pretty tough. Not legendary because I don't want to have a breakdown on stream trying to play the whole game on legendary. Heroic is enough. You'll get a load of invisible elites up here again. You kind of see him in the corridor there. Hopefully we can just get to the... I think we're good now. get to the pelican that comes in, and away we go. And we've just about managed to scrape by with the by the skin of our teeth there. That got a little bit hairy towards the end, but we're there. Happy days. Okay, so not doing too bad. We've had a few deaths. We've had a few deaths, but not too bad considering, I don't think.
The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan. My analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring. I hope your analysis found some money, Cortana. This delegate won't turn on a dime. Look on the bright side, however. The last thing the Covenant will expect is an aerial insertion from underground.
Right, assault on the control room. This is an interesting level. I have heard a lot of people actually say that they don't like this level so much, and I think I can kind of see where that comes from. The indoor sections are middling to poor most of the time. I do like the bridges. I like going across the bridges, but in general, those kind of indoor areas where you go around in a circle to get to the other side are unimaginative. You know, this is clearly a game where Bungie had to do some copying and pasting and recycle things. You know that most of the second half is recycled, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, obviously, if you look at the original footage of Halo, you know, the Macworld footage and all that kind of stuff, it was a very different game. Back when it was first envisaged, before it became a Microsoft title for the Xbox. So you can understand, given that there were some time constraints, why this stuff happens. Ah, I thought he was just going to stroll past me. How irritating. You can understand why that stuff happens. But, you know, all the same, I've always been one of those people who thinks that doesn't mean you can't criticise. Even if you understand why something has happened, I don't think that means you can't say, you know, that you can't criticise it as being a bad part of the game, you know. And these sections aren't great a lot of the time, you know. Recycled assets, or, you know, kind of time saving or what, you know, you can understand it, but it's still not Halo at its strongest. We'll just chill here for a second, get our shields back. Oh man, I hope it doesn't take 2 or 3 hours for me, Jam Mash. Hopefully it will be a little bit quicker. They are quite cute when they sleep as well. I'll tell you what I'd like. I'd like a little like a cuddly grunt, you know, like a little kind of teddy bear. When I was growing up, I had a Sonic the Hedgehog, a cuddly Sonic the Hedgehog, and I absolutely adored it. I'd love a grunt. That would be cool. I'm sure that probably exists. Maybe one day I'll remember and look into getting myself a cuddly grunt. Ow. Of course, you get the Banshee kind of flying overhead as well that you can take out. I'll probably ignore it a little bit, and that's probably a bad idea, which will cost me very shortly, I'd imagine. You also get, yeah, you see what I mean? That's not ideal. You also get, this sword elite is going to run out in a minute, and hopefully run into that grenade. Oh dear, this is, oh dear, this is not going well. Covenant can smell blood here a little bit. I've absolutely no idea where that sword elite has gone. I'm fairly hesitant about going up here. Oh jeez, that Banshee has caused me a lot of problems. Okay, so we just need to figure out where the sword elite is now. He's going to be up. He's going to be right next to me, isn't he? Okay, the music stopped, so I'm guessing he's dead. I don't know how exactly he managed to die, but he's dead. So we'll take that as a win. Down to 1 bar of health again. I thought I'd last a little bit longer without that happening after spending most of the silent cartographer in a similar state. I hope there's a health pack here. Lovely stuff. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm just seeing your comments now saying he jumped off the bridge. I did not notice that. Hunters again. Again, a shame they are much of a challenge. And here we go. We end up down at we end up popping on this bridge now, and we'll end up down on the tundra. And this is another one of those moments in Halo, like I mentioned in the mission Halo, when you first get out the ship and you kind of look around and there's that huge environment kind of sprawling out in front of you. Coming down here out onto the snow is another moment like that that really kind of made me really made my jaw drop. I think there's one more section with sleeping things first, and then we'll be outside for the section I'm talking about. Again, you know, it's nice having a bit of stealth or whatever else, but it doesn't really do enough for me that it mixes up the. It doesn't really mix up the level enough for me that I consider it to be enough. Obviously, this is a different layout from the ones we've been in upstairs. Jeez, taking a lot of hits. And I think we'll just ignore the rest of them and head outside now. I think this is where we get outside now. I think. Yes. Now, if you look here, this is awesome. I love this. Obviously, you've got the... Is that Banshee still around? Okay, usually I would kill that Banshee. It's cool that it follows you all the way down. This is not the most ideal gun for killing it. I may have to... that's not really working too well, is it? Okay, we're gonna bail before I get killed by a wraith. Okay, so we're gonna there should be a sniper rifle over here. We're gonna grab the sniper rifle. Oh, for goodness sake. We're going to kill that Banshee because it's going to drive me up the wall, otherwise I'll literally go around the twist if it doesn't die. There we go. There should also be a rocket launcher around. Cool, we're going to take that as well. Marine in a ghost, pretty cool as well. And you see, that's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that, you know. Obviously now we're a bit more used to that kind of thing. Now now that we've been playing Halo games for a number of years. But at the time, that is the kind of thing, seeing a Marine getting one of those ghosts is the kind of thing that would have blown my mind when I was younger. Just the idea of the AI, you know, being able to figure things out and get themselves in a vehicle and actually use it is very cool indeed. We're going to grab a ghost of ourselves here just to make it a little bit easier to get to the Scorpion coming up here. I completely forgot that there's rocket ammo here as well. And you know, again, this is, you know, these kind of scenes here. You just saw how much is going on there in one scene. You know, you've got the Wraith, you've got the ghosts kind of flying around. You've got the Banshee overhead if you didn't kill it. You've got the troops on the ground. You've got the gun turrets. You know, it's just such great variety compared to kind of other shooters that were on the market at the time in terms of kind of not just the scale of the encounter, but what's actually included as well. And you know, even now, it's the reason why Halo Combat Evolved is so entertaining to play. You know, this is as fun to me as playing any modern first-person shooter, what we're doing right now, just because at its core it's such a varied experience compared to so many other games on the market. And you can't, you know, you can have better graphics and all that kind of stuff, but this kind of variety, that core variety, is it's something you can't fake, you know. And it's absolutely superb here. Right, so we'll hop in the Scorpion now, and there's a big outdoor section here. What we also will do is we'll try and do. Also, maybe some of you, dear viewers, can answer this for me. But did they take away the machine gun from the Scorpion in later games? I can't remember which Halo I was playing, or maybe it was multiple Halos. But the tank no longer fired. You didn't no longer had the machine gun, and I couldn't remember whether that was something that was only in this game or whether it was in other games. Maybe someone will be able to answer. There are people far more knowledgeable than me. So wow, this guy is very, very strong. We'll take out these last Covenant here, and then we'll try. I haven't done this trick since I was a wee lad. It's been absolutely years. I shouldn't have used that rocket to do that. So there's an interesting trick up here I used to love doing all the time, and if you fire enough rockets up here, what you can sometimes do is knock off a Banshee off the top. Now we'll have to see. I'm going to try and do it. I don't know if it'll work. I remember having this down when I was young, in terms of knowing exactly where to shoot to get it to happen, and I'm probably not doing it correctly. But we'll try. I might reload a checkpoint and try it again just to see if we can do it, because it would be nice if we could. It would be nice if we could get it. Thanks, Charchit. That's very kind of you to say, mate. Thank you. Okay, so we didn't have any luck that time, so maybe we'll just we'll load a checkpoint and we'll give it another go. But basically, if you shoot this platform, you can knock a Banshee down by shooting the rockets. Sorry, by shooting the platform with rockets, and hopefully we'll manage to do it. I'm going to try a couple of times. We may not manage to do it, which would be annoying. We'll give it a few attempts. I used to be able to do it every time, and I can't remember. There used to be kind of, you know, specific places you would shoot, and that would be the key to knocking it over. But it doesn't look like I'm doing a very good job of it at the moment, which is frustrating. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can get the Scorpion up there. That's the issue. I think that's why you have to do it with... yeah, you see, that's the issue. Is you have to do it with the rockets because you can't get the Scorpion to the angle Right, we'll try again, and hopefully... I just want to do it just so I can show you that it is a thing and I'm not going completely bananas. I'm thinking if we fire the rockets down the kind of middle here... Oh, please work for me. It's not going to do it, is it? Which is really annoying. I really wanted to. I really wanted to get the rocket to get the Banshee on stream, but okay. We're going to give it one more go. One more go. One last try, and if it doesn't work this time, then we'll give up the ghost, I think. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I just assumed they had to touch it. Maybe it is. Okay, well, we'll try it this last time. And if not, I'm just going to pretend that it's not in the Master Chief collection. Even if it is just my lack of being able to do it. It's not looking good. I'll tell you that much. It's not. I'm not confident that this is going to work. Come on, last rocket. Let's have you. Okay, so we're going to leave that before people get bored and stop watching the stream. But yeah, what you used to be able to do in Halo Combat Evolved was you could shoot that platform with rockets and it would knock down a Banshee that was up there. Someone on stream said maybe it's been removed. I'm not sure. But yeah, it was a pretty cool thing because you could take it. Oh dear. It's also something that is something that's a bit annoying about the Scorpion in Halo Combat Evolved is I do feel like it takes more time to charge up the rockets than it does in the later ones, and can be a little bit frustrating at times. On the other hand, you do also get to fight the hunters in a minute once I've killed these turrets that I can't hit, and that's pretty cool. You know, you've fought the hunters kind of multiple times up until this point, and you may have used the pistol strategy to get rid of them. But it's cool here that you just, after seeing these big kind of hulking foes throughout all the different levels, here you get to just take them out in one shot with a tank. And yeah, the Banshee's cool because once you've got that Banshee, you might be able to see what. My eyesight's not good enough to tell if you can see it up there. But basically, you're able to fly it all the way through here to the other side of the level and get to kind of fly about some of the areas that you would in 2 Betrayals. So this is one of the more interesting versions of kind of the indoor Forerunner areas that you get in the game. They can be pretty boring a lot of the time, like we've already said, but this is one of the better ones, I think. It's a relatively interesting setup, so. The tank takes a very long time to recharge, and it's making me nervous. Oh goodness! Look at the spread on that gun as well. Absolutely hideous. But yeah, this is the problem with Assault on the control room a little bit, is you get these oh dear. You get these parts like the one we just went through outside, which is really, really entertaining. And then yeah, this bit's alright, but then you also get these bits that are just not as entertaining in any way. It's a very up and down level. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sorry, you're watching something truly terrible right now. Oh dear. Complete and utter meltdown there. I apologise. I lost concentration after I had my drink. absolutely abysmal. I'll be a bit more switched on here. We'll get through this quickly. That elite is incredibly, incredibly annoying. Little people first, love it. Wow. Yeah, we're just going to be sensible here for a sec. I feel bad enough dying once and making people rewatch stuff, so I don't want you to have to rewatch it a second time. So we're just going to make sure we're all good here before we move on. Oh my goodness, that's appalling. Thought I'd killed him. How is he still alive? That is incredible. Okay, we're good now. Sorry, I just wanted to pay attention for a second. And yeah, like someone said in the chat, the reload time on the Scorpion is painful. It's I can understand why they want to do it. They obviously want to limit, you know, the amount you can use it, so that encounters aren't. Oh no, that's not good. We're not going to get out. Oh, it does kill me. Okay, I didn't think that would kill me. They obviously want to limit the amount you can use it, just so encounters with the tank still remain something of a challenge. But unfortunately, it has kind of the side effect of just being irritating, incredibly irritating. I like this area. You come up here. You'll come back here later in 2 Betrayals. You come back up here and there'll be Banshees on the right-hand side of the map, which you can use to fly up there when you try to get the generators. I can't remember if you can actually blow these ships up or not. I feel like you can't, but we'll blast it a few times just to make sure. I can't remember. I'm actually going to die from not concentrating again if I don't... Oh my god. Oh dear. Sorry guys. That was my own fault. I should have just not shot the ship. Fortunately, there we go, that's better. Okay. Right, we'll pay attention again now. Sorry, the more I do this stream, the more I'm beginning to zone out as I talk, from getting used to talking at the same time, and that is a good thing because I feel more natural in terms of talking to you all, but it is a bad thing because I forget to concentrate on the game, and I also forget that we're playing on heroic. And while it's not as hard as legendary, you do need to pay a little bit of attention to what's going on because you will die otherwise. Good grief. Oh god. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, there's been so many unnecessary deaths here. I'm not covering myself in glory at all. Right, concentrate. Back to concentrating. Just keep saying that every time I die and hope people forget about it. Okay, normal service is resumed. Go down here then. That's not ideal.
I thought the Covenant had eliminated all the Marine
The extraordinary strength of Master Chief being able to flip. I don't have a donations thing, Dragon Weasel. I don't know how to turn that on. I don't even know if it is turned on. Yeah, I do. I keep the Patreon and things, which I still feel a little guilty about setting up in the first place, to be perfectly honest. But it's something I'll look into in the future, I suppose. But yeah, if it's not turned on by default on YouTube, then I haven't turned it on. I'll have a look into it. Oh, okay. One absolute G with the one shot to the hunter. Fabulous. Okay, so that made me jump a little bit. Luckily not to the point where you could see it on stream, but internally I jumped a little bit there. I actually haven't played Assault on the Control Room in absolute donkeys. I don't remember entirely the entire layout of the level, which is ridiculous because, you know, there was a point in time where I knew where every single enemy on the entire map was. And now I struggle to remember it a little bit more. So some of this at this point is going to be a bit of a surprise. This is another area you will come backwards through during True Betrayals. Two Betrayals. You'll come out here again and there'll be a few flood. It's mostly Covenant, but there'll be a few flood. Jesus. That's the wrong button. Luckily we still got the rocket launcher, so we should be able to kill these guys reasonably well. There we go, look at that. I'm very keen on not dying anymore in this level because I don't feel like I've covered myself in glory during the section earlier where I managed to die 3 times from kind of pretty terrible deaths. So we'll see how we go. I can't actually remember how far. I feel like we must be kind of reasonably near the end of the level, but I can't remember. Please die. God, please die. Come on. The Marine with the sniper rifle has been absolutely superb. Actually, I know we are quite near the end of the level now. I know where we are. Opinions on Infinite. I am excited and terrified of Infinite in equal measure. Infinite, I am concerned is going to turn into too much of a Far Cry-esque game, with like a big map full of like lists of, like, you know, you have captured 10 out of, you know, you have captured 10 out of 65 bases, blah blah, you know, checklists of all these different things to do, and I'm really anxious about that, because I can't. The older I've got and the less time I have to play video games, the more I begin to detest these kind of games. And I think in part that is because I've got less time, but I think maybe as I've grown older, I've looked at video games in terms of the entertainment I have from them compared to the amount of time I have to invest. And the amount of time you have to invest in a game like Far Cry, or even like the Assassin's Creeds and stuff, to get to the end, see the story and everything else, is significant. And then when you add on top all of these bases and stuff, which, you know, I'm like any other gamer, I see a list and I have to complete the list. And there's so many games recently where I've sat there and I've played them, and I've ended up asking myself, you know, Ben, are you even enjoying playing this? All I'm going from base to base on this map, and you know, all it is really is killing a load of people in an area, or you know, finding a certain amount of items or whatever else it is. And I end up asking myself whether I'm actually having any fun. And a lot of the time when I ask myself that question, the honest answer is I'm not having any fun, because it's not really adding anything to my experience of the game doing these things. There's no story really attached. There might be some kind of mini boss or something, but there's no real story attached, no real interesting challenge. And I hope wholeheartedly that doesn't happen with Infinite, because I will end up doing all of it, and I don't want to. I will, but I don't want to. So I really hope that it's just a small number of things on the map. I'm not confident that it will be. I think there's going to be loads of stuff on the map, you know, that you're going to have to collect and capture and all sorts in order to get, you know, whatever the best vehicles that you're able to use or whatever else. But I really hope it's not. And the other thing that worries me is there's a lack of biomes I've seen so far. There's it all seems to be kind of either, you know, kind of green outsides or kind of Forerunner structures. And then, last but not least, I'm worried about the lack of a directed experience. Oh god. Oh no, that's bad. Oh, thanks, Black Eyed Dog. Yeah, appreciate the support, dudes. But yeah, I'm worried that there's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be missions like these. You know, missions where you go through like a big kind of chunk of story or whatever else. You know, I'm worried it's going to be lacking that experience, and I hope it's not. And you know, I'm probably wrong, because I can't see them getting away with that. Sorry, I'm just watching this little dude run away from me. But if they do, I would be greatly disappointed, and so that is my concern at the moment. Jesus, how did that happen? Sorry about this, guys. I'm not paying attention. I'm trying to talk too much about Infinite at the same time. I know that's been my excuse every time I die. I mean, what about you guys? Do you share the same concerns about Infinite? Is it similar for you? You know, I was excited by that that gameplay trailer the other week that I made a video on, but then, you know, I've seen more preview videos since, and I started getting a little bit worried again. So yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, well, if there's, as you said, Dragon Weasel, if there's those many kind of islands and stuff, then that's a little bit more reassuring. I just want there to be kind of moments like the Silent Cartographer or the Covenant or, you know, Long Night of Solace, these curated experiences where 343 are really able to, to direct things and tell a story outside of an open world, because I think as soon as you begin to tell a story in an open world, you know, you do fall prey to having to design levels accordingly. You can't, you know, you have to factor in things like not knowing where people are going to approach a level from, because they could approach it from everywhere. And, you know, that leads to not being able to put, you know, kind of things in different places, because you need to account for kind of too many variables. And what you want to do when providing a directed experience is cut down on the variables, because you know if a player is going to be looking in a certain direction, then you can put something there, you know, ship crashing or a ship crashing, or, you know, whatever else it is, you know, a scripted moment with some Marines, and, you know, you can't do that. You can't do that so much in an open world. I forgot how long this mission goes on for. My goodness, it's a long one. This bridge is pretty cool. If I remember correctly, later on you go across one of these bridges and you get the flood on the other side, which is awesome. The flood kind of come jumping across onto the other one and fight the Covenant, and, you know, that is the the best thing about. No, don't shoot that one. There's nothing underneath. That is the best thing about Two Betrayals, honestly. There we go. Bye-bye. Silly Billy. Oh yeah, talking of the HUD as well on Halo Infinite. Actually, I completely forgot about that. I absolutely detest the like the boss health bars. In a lot of the trailers recently, there's been kind of videos of like kind of boss brutes with health bars, and I hate that. I just really unnecessary to me. You have enemies in the other Halo games that take a lot of time to kill. You know, the brute chieftains and whoever else, and they don't have health bars, and it's never been an issue. So I really don't see why that's something that needs to be added. We really are surviving by the skin of our teeth here. Oh, wonderful. That was actually quite an easy area. Again, you get these recycled areas and pads out the length a bit. Oh, I remember this hallway. So this hallway later on in 2 Betrayals, you'll come back the other way from the control room, and the amount of times I've been rocket flooded during this bit is ridiculous. Everybody loves the rocket flood. I'm not sure why this isn't... I can't work out why the plasma pistol isn't actually showing anything charging. That's a bit of an odd glitch. So interestingly, someone mentioned Charity Falls there. I've actually never watched it. This is the way I came. Good. Charity Falls is an interesting one. I've never watched it, but so I have the 343 Guilty Spark video, which is by far the most popular video I've done. That has I think about 700,000 views at this point, which is bonkers, to be perfectly honest. It's just, I look at that and it is ridiculous. 700,000 views is but a lot of views I had from that, in terms of like when it's a suggested video, is from those videos. I think they got recommended quite heavily ahead of those Charity Falls videos I noticed in the analytics. I should check them out to say thank you, really. Struggling for ammo a little bit here. Yeah, what's going to happen? Could really do with a pistol at this point, to be honest, just to take out those hunters. I'm not actually sure what the best strategy here is in terms of... I've been very poor on my plasma pistoling in this run. I have not used it at all, really, and I should be using it a lot more, to be perfectly honest. Oh my god, I wince every time I hear the hunters fire a fuel rod. Oh, come on, man. That is absolutely outrageous. Really? Good grief. Sorry about this, guys. I thought I was doing really well, but assault on the control room has been tough. It's been a tough time. I'm really not struggling is not the right word, because it's not, you know, overly difficult, but oh, there we go. The plasma pistol animation things come back now. Oh my goodness. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry about this. Isn't it fun watching the same 15 seconds over and over and over again? What incredible entertainment you've all signed up for tonight. Okay, I'll stop apologising. I think I'm a little bit sensitive about it because I always get told how rubbish I am on comments in the videos. I've become overly sensitive about my the tolerance people who watch my videos and things have for me dying. I think there's an element of frustration in myself as well, because I do remember, like, even Heroic when I was younger, I would just kind of stroll through without really thinking about it whatsoever. Oh, this section though is brutal. I don't remember this at all, but it's not a pleasant one at all. Man, oh lord. Shit. Please, for the love of goodness, don't let me get shot by one of those hunters before I get through this door. Please, Lord. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, these sections, man, they are not great. Just need to be a little bit quicker on the draw here. I think something I've... And this is not giving an excuse for my gameplay now or whatever. I will chill out on that as per the stream. But I think something I've definitely noticed as I've got a little bit older. I'm 33, by the way, for whoever was asking. I think something I've noticed is as I've got a little bit longer is my decision-making time. It has slowed down. And I don't know if that's just because I play the games less in general or what it is. But I notice... You know, going between kind of, you know, a melee to switching a weapon to does take me a little bit longer to kind of decide the course of action I'm going to take, which is a shame because it's nice to be quick. was fortunate. I actually didn't know there was a sword guy there, so that's good. No, I've not been drinking at all. Alcohol is for vagabonds and ruffians, not upstanding gentlemen. I've got a mug, it's clearly tea I've been drinking. Oh, sugar. I don't have any weapon that's going to one-shot them, so I think we're just going to squeeze on past. Oh, I don't like that at all. I remember I used to love playing... Oh, God. Oh, no. Yeah. I used to remember when I was younger, I used to love playing around with the loading sequences in those corridors. You could go through one of those corridors and then go back into other areas, and a lot of the enemies would just freeze in place. And then you could just kind of have a good look at them, or smack them in the back, or whatever else. And you can't. You can't. You probably. Oh, sorry. You probably can do that now, but okay, we're good. This might even be an occasion where you can do it. Let's have a look. Usually, when you go through. No, they're definitely all still alive, so we're going to leave them there. I ain't going anywhere near them. You can also stop. You can't stop that elite from getting into that. Oh, all the way back here. You can stop that elite from getting into that Banshee and getting it yourself. If you have the right weapons. I don't, and I lack the talent, I think, to do it as well. But you can stop him and get in there. Apologies as well. Hopefully we'll get to 343 Kill Me Spark soon. I hope we will, because it's been a rather long level. Okay.
Analyzing.
So that elite isn't actually getting in the Banshee. Nope, there we go. Okay. Got to get moving now. This is going to be another tough section. Goodness gracious. Oh dear. There was a Magnum in this room. All right, let's have a butcher's. The Magnum would be extraordinarily helpful. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh! Oh! Look at all of this. Okay. We are good to go again, I think. Is there a rocket launcher to go along with the rocket ammo? Doesn't look like it. Okay. God, a sniper rifle would be lovely right about now. Okay, the good thing is we're in better condition here in terms of health. So what I'm going to try and do is... The plan... Oh, God. Okay. The plan failed miserably. The plan was to hit them with the plasma pistol, get some headshots with the pistol, and then get on the thing, but that hasn't worked out all too well. So we're going to have to try and fudge our way through this a little bit. Oh, that's not what happened. Yeah. Yeah, I probably will try and do the other Halos. Oh, nice, we've got a checkpoint here at least. That's something of a relief. So we're going to try and hit this guy here. Wow. So I think that the idea here is to try and I'm just trying to figure out the right way to go. I'd quite like to try and get the Banshee, but there may be a little bit of a struggle. No! I had a dream. I had a dream that you could jump off the edge and kind of climb into it in midair, but okay. Okay. Well, this is exciting. Was it the most stylish way of getting the Banshee? No. But a little bit of perseverance. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That's so brutal. Oh my god, that is the most brutal thing that's ever happened to me. This is what I said earlier. Don't get cocky. Don't get cocky, because as soon as you get cocky... Okay, so that's actually not as difficult as it looked. We've managed to do it twice now in quick succession. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was. That seemed way more difficult when we first got there than it actually was to get the Banshee. I kind of want to kill these guys on the ridge just because this is another cool area as well, by the way. And like these little bits, it's like the Banshee earlier. The Banshee earlier that I was trying to shoot off the thing. The Banshee you can grab there if you're quick. There's even missions like, I think in Halo you can even grab the Banshee if you're speedy there. And just these little kind of bits and pieces where you can kind of almost kind of trick the game or break it in some way that I really like, because it just gives it its own little, oh god, it just kind of gives the game its own little personality, which is cool. And you know, especially when I was younger and I played this game, it was that magic time, you know, where you felt really cool for breaking the game and all that. Pedro Pascal, love that. I'll take a bit of Pedro Pascal. Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy with the Pedro Pascal. Yeah, no, I'm a bit of a mess in terms of appearance at the moment. I an older hidden Xperia. No, I'm not sure if I was pleased with that one. I'll tell you, we'll stick to Pedro Pascal, I think, lads. Alright, so here we go. We're at the control room now. A bit quicker than we should have done. I'm pretty sure it's just a question of hitting this and we can go on through. Oh, fudge cakes. I was not paying attention at all to that. I don't know who DSP is, but the fact you're apologising doesn't fill me with confidence. Oh, thanks, Carlos. I appreciate that, man. This DSP thing, I'm not happy about that. I don't even know who he is, but there's enough people going oof that I shouldn't be happy about it. Pedro Pascal, call me Pedro. Pedro, I'll take. I'm going to look up DSP after this. I'm going to be horrified, aren't I? Yeah, so as I was saying, it's been a bit of a funny old year. I was playing tennis just before New Year's last year, and I managed to slip a disc in my back. Pretty bad injury. For 2 months, I couldn't walk. Or oh, thanks, sweetheart. My girlfriend's in here to give me a little bit of backup. Thanks, my love. I had a bit of a bad back injury, and I couldn't walk for 2 months. My girlfriend had to look after me pretty much completely. I couldn't walk more than about 10 yards. It was difficult even just kind of getting to the toilet or anything, you know, just 10 yards down a corridor. Please don't look up DSP. Oi, Maeve, they've just been saying that I look like Pedro Pascal. I was pretty pleased about that. Oh, come on, he's put me all the way back here. Are you kidding me? What is this?
The entrance to the control center is at the top of that pyramid. Bring me up there and I should be able to get us inside.
Maeve, how good is that? I look like the Mandalorian. Better than Baby Yoda, I suppose. This is not a no death, neither is it a speed run. You will get none of those things here. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted again. Yeah, so my girlfriend had to look after me for like 2 months, and I'm an avid football player. I used to play football at quite a high level when I was younger, and even now, you know, kind of getting into kind of my 30s, mid 30s, I continue to play it very frequently, and I haven't been able to do that. I haven't been able to play tennis or anything for about a year, so it's been a bit of a funny old time. I was always very fit and in decent shape, and I've put on a lot of weight because I can't exercise at all. I've decided to grow a beard to really fit in with the whole kind of bedraggled look. So that explains why I look the way I do. I am embracing the kind of dishevelled, no exercise lifestyle recently. Oh man. I've been doing so well at this point, and then everything's kind of gone a little bit wrong. That should be enough to hold him off and get in this. What position did I play? I used to play either up front or left wing. I've always been very fast. I used to have like the school record in the 100 metres. I used to run. I was nationally ranked 400 metre runner when I was younger. So I used to play kind of wing or up front. Just rely on like the speed a little bit. I actually used to play for when I was in my teenage years. I actually used to play for the Fulham Youth Academy. For those of you not in England, Fulham are a kind of a fairly good English team. They played in the Premiership, which is the like the top flight of the English Football League for quite a number of years. They were playing there when I was in the youth team. So I played there for a few years. So I played football and ran and things to quite a high standard. So yeah, the exercise, the no exercise, especially over the last 12 months, has been tough. You know, it's always been my way of kind of de-stressing a little bit. So it's irritating not being able to do it. It's by far the worst injury I've ever had, which is a bit of a struggle. Okay, thank the Lord, we're finally there. Please, no more enemies.
Covenant forces in the vicinity have been eliminated. Let's move on to Halo's control center.
So this cutscene, I'm going to shut up for a sec and let it play out because it's awesome. I love
This is it.
the whole
Halo's
kind of
control center.
Cortana realizing what's going on with the with Halo, why it is, what its purpose is, and where Keyes is going. So I'm going to shut up for a second and let this play out because I really enjoy this one as well and I want to watch it myself. Also, sorry again about the length of time it took to complete that mission. Hopefully it will be a little bit smoother from here on out.
That terminal, try there.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring, it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring. Something horrible. And now they're afraid.
Something buried? Where?
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys? What
The
do we...
weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here. Find Keys. Stop him. Before it's too late.
Excellent cutscene. We're playing on heroic Sagan. I was going to play on normal, but and I kind of wish we did. I don't know if I'm playing the whole game. I don't know what I'm doing. I just figured I'd start playing and see where we get. I guess where are we now? We're about halfway through. This level's a bit shorter potentially. I haven't been talking much about the design of the levels recently. I kind of wanted to save the assault on the control room stuff, especially for a video, so I didn't want to give too much away. But this level we can talk about, and as you know, my love for this, if you're someone who's watched the stream before, you'll know that my love for this level knows no bounds. I think it is one of the best levels in any first-person shooter ever made. It is absolutely spectacular. And it starts outside with these kind of... these messages here. There's a very sharp shift in tone. You know, it goes from kind of, you know, tropical levels like the silent Cartographer and the bright whites of the snow to this kind of horrible swampland. And you get these messages here, like the radio message from the downed Pelican. There's no Marines in sight, just a lot of ammo. And you get a message talking about some new kind of hostile. And obviously you don't know what that hostile is, and you will find out soon. But I just absolutely love the build-up this level does in the SWAT. I think it is an example to this day of how every developer should look at doing an atmospheric first-person level, and the fact that Bungie did it in a game that isn't really focused towards environmental storytelling much of the time is so impressive. The way they switch between kind of doing this amazing variety-packed sandbox to suddenly switching to this kind of bleak horror level. Sorry, I'm not paying attention on where I'm going. Is incredible. It's an incredible level. Obviously, the introduction of the flood does mark a point where it starts to go downhill a little bit after this, but this level is absolutely spectacular. And you'll see the first fin to the flood here. We'll stay back a bit so as to not frighten him off. Little Jim the Flood, or whatever we're going to call him, that's up on the thing. Oh, that's a bad nade. Oh, he's gone already. Okay, we've missed him, but there's a flood up there. And if you look when you come across... I've also thrown my pistol away. Sorry, I've made some very early mistakes here while not concentrating. Where's my pistol? Yeah, right. There we go. Yeah, so you have the downed Pelican. You know, you think Marines are in trouble. You get to here and you have the downed Covenant dropship as well. And then as you come around this corner, if you look up here, you'll see Matey Boy there. You just caught a glimpse of him, who runs off. You know, and these aren't details that you're going to spot necessarily the first time you play the mission. You might do. You know, you're more likely, repeat playthroughs, you're more likely to spot them. But they're details that you might not spot the first time you go through them. And it just, oh, it's just so good. And you get another one, if I don't fall off the log. You get another one right here as well on the right here. If you look up there, you can see another couple, and then as you come over here, you can also see one run off over there, and your radar also lights up with lots of yellow, as you can see here. And then if you go down in the swamp, you might even see one run across here as well. There you go. There's one running across there as well. So they're all over the map. There's kind of 4 different places you can see them. And yeah, it's just awesome. It's just an awesome idea. I don't know how it works in terms of the plot, you know, because the Flood are obviously showing intelligence here, and there's always been this idea, I guess, and I apologise, I'm not as well read up in the lore as some people are when it comes to Halo, so I'm sure there'll be people that are able to explain this better than I, but I always considered the Flood to be quite kind of primitive, up until they develop a proto-grave mine like Keys or a grave mine. And here, obviously, they do show some intelligence, which, you know, I don't know if that makes sense within the lore, but it's pretty cool nonetheless. It's pretty frightening, you know, the way they're clearly setting this trap for you. They know you're coming. Sorry, just got to make sure I don't mess that up. Please die. And then very creepily as well, you kind of get the lift rising up as you enter the facility, which is a bit unsettling as well. You don't know who's kind of come down. Hey Esco dude, how you doing? Yeah, just playing through Halo Combat Evolved on Heroic, guys, for anybody who's joined recently. Stream is a little bit delayed, maybe kind of 20-30 seconds, I'm not really sure. I'm sure there's a way of fixing that, but I'll figure it out if I do this again. If you don't know me, I make videos on various video games on YouTube, talking about their design and things. And given that it's the 20th anniversary of Halo tomorrow, I thought it'd be nice to do a little live playthrough and say hello to some of the people who watch the videos. So if you haven't been to the channel before, thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate you taking the time to come through to play through this, sit through this playthrough of the game. And of course, if you do know me, then also thank you again. So anyway, back to 343 Guilty Spark. So again, you go through the swamp and things are a little bit creepy. And then what I like is that you do have this section where it kind of calms down a little bit again. And, you know, you have a bit of time where you focus on the Covenant instead. Because it does just give you enough time to kind of forget about what's going on. And, you know, why you're maybe a little bit unsettled. There is a dead Marine over here as well. Not sure what he's doing down here. You'd assume he's maybe part of the group that went in with Keys earlier on, but it doesn't really explain how he's got there. So maybe he's got there another way. I don't know. Not sure if I'm playing through the whole thing yet, Jam. I haven't really figured that out yet. I might do a couple more levels and then maybe call it a night. I have got to do some work on the anniversary. I've got a video on the 20th anniversary, like a retrospective to finish tomorrow or tonight as well, so may give myself a little bit of time to crack on with that. Yeah, I love Dead Space, Randy. Dead Space is an amazing series. I did a level very early on. A video very early on the sense of weight Isaac Clarke has in the game, which is really impressive. It's a very low quality video. It's when I first started. But yeah, and actually I did a Dead Space 2 video as well, just talking about why I like that game. But again, they were early on when I was still kind of learning. I struggled with the voiceover and things. So yeah, here you have, you know, again, you've got the mysterious kind of greeny yellow liquid dripping from the ceiling here, you know, which piques your curiosity a little bit, along with the Covenant, who are actually looking inside. And this is one thing I didn't mention through the during the video, which I annoyed me, because I really wanted to pack in everything if I could. I always tried to pack in everything, and there's always something I miss. But another thing you get is all the Covenant are always facing kind of in. You know, you think they'd be facing, if they're waiting for Master Chief, they'd be facing this way, which is where Master Chief would enter the area from, as he's coming from the entrance. But the Covenant tend to be facing doorways that lead further into the facility, which is really, really cool. And I wish I'd have mentioned it in my video. Didn't notice it whatsoever. And so here you come across this jackal, and it's horrific. And then if you switch to the Anniversary Edition, it's absolutely terrible. I really, really hate, more than anything else in the Anniversary Edition, what they do with the graphics here. The stuff dripping from the ceiling here is terrible. If you look here, it's barely noticeable compared to how it looks. You know, you can very clearly see it dropping down from the ceiling here. And then you switch back to the Anniversary Edition, and there's barely anything even falling down. To me, it shows a lack of care and attention, not just to the asset, but like the idea of what those assets are meant to do. You know, these things are put in for a very clear reason, and it's as if the developers have just put the stuff back in, but they haven't thought about why it's being done. So they're like, we'll have some blood here, but you know, it's not enough blood that it really conveys what's going on, and it doesn't work with the color palette. You know, this blue against the grey, it just doesn't work at all. It's horrifically bad, really, really terrible. And yeah, I just wanted to highlight it and have a little whinge about it. Jonathan, if you like Resident Evil 4, I did do a video maybe a month or two ago on the introduction to Resident Evil 4, which I think is one of the best introductions in any video game. So do have a look at that, and I'd love to cover it in more detail in the future. I also did one on Resident Evil Village's opening as well, which is a terrible imitation of Resident Evil 4's. It's like they did it again, but they took away all of the cool design touches. So there's a video on that as well, if you like either of those intros. And again, here you get kind of the flood. These annoy me a little bit because you have to kind of jump to see the flood inside. You know, clearly the flood have barricaded themselves in here, or the flood are gathering bodies potentially with the other thing. And again, I mean, look at that. Look at the difference here. It's just shockingly bad. You know, there's no bullet holes, there's no blood. It's staggering to me how poorly they've changed things. It's just really, really disappointing. And again, here, blood's completely gone. Blood, no. Just makes me weep. Again, you have the guns pointed in here at the door with a big red symbol on. If you were worried already about the other stuff you've seen, that's going to make you a little nervous. And you've also got kind of a stack of needler ammo here as well, as if, you know, the Covenant are kind of fortifying against something inside the facility, which again is kind of another hint as to what's going on. Here he is. We're just going to stand over here so he can't shoot us.
Stay back! You're not turning me into one of those things! I'll blow your brains out! Get away from me! Ah! Ah! Don't touch me, you freaks! I won't be like you, I'll die first! Find your own hiding place, the monsters are everywhere! Play dead! That's what I did! Play dead! They took the live ones. Oh god, I can still hear them! Monsters! Ah! 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 Just leave me alone! Sarge, Mendoza, Sandy, the things took them away. They're gone! Get it? Gone! Don't get me! Oh God, I don't want to be like them, please. Please, no. Please, no.
Rest in peace. Yeah, so that Marine, I wanted to let him chat away because he's awesome. There are some kind of slight inconsistencies in this level when you actually think about what's going on. So you have the Marine there who is alive, and you have the area here. You know, I haven't mentioned the lack of elites yet, but if you've watched the video I did on this, you know, I talk about the lack of elites here. And it is a bit weird that he's there and nothing's happened to him. You know, whether the flood missed him. Night, my love. I will. Sorry, I will. I'll see you later, my sweetheart. Yeah, as I was saying, you'll see. You'll see kind of the lack of elites throughout the level and things like that. And yeah, again, you switch back here, and it's just that's kind of cool. The gassy kind of area in the middle, it's kind of cool. But again, like the whole tone of the level is just so. Not the tone, that's not the right word to use. Just the atmosphere is impacted by the poor design choices made by the Anniversary Edition. And again, you see it here. Look, there's a lack of blood, a lack of destruction. The bullet holes are gone. It just... I think it's one of those things it's frustrating because, you know, what you can excuse in remakes is when they try to change things that, you know, are middling, you know, they're just things that are there, that don't serve any purpose, or, you know, and they try to make them better. But when they take something that's already good and then they do it worse, that's the kind of thing that annoys me about kind of remasters and remakes. You know, a classic example of something that is brilliant in a remake is Resident Evil remake, and what they do with the Crimson Heads. You have the zombies that you kill, and then after a while they turn into Crimson Heads. It takes an already established idea, and it does make it a lot better. Crimson Heads are amazing. And yeah, the way the Anniversary Edition handles the graphics is, and especially those parts with the blood and everything else, is a great example of handling something really, really badly. Again, you've got a Marine out here, not really explained why exactly he's not been turned by the flood. Much like this one in the cutscene. And you get a cutscene here which is about as close to Aliens, the film, as you're likely to get. There's a line coming up shortly where one of the Marines says, "I've got a bad feeling about this," and Johnson says, "You've always got a bad feeling about something." And I got a lot of comments in my video talking about how this was a line from Star Wars. I said it was from Aliens, and it is a line from Star Wars, a very famous line that's used a lot of the time, but on this occasion it is from Aliens, is where the homage is, because in Aliens the Marine says, "You know, I've got a bad feeling about this drop," and his sergeant says, "You know, you have a bad feeling about every drop." You know, so it's not just the line itself, it's the line that comes after. It's a line from Aliens. You know, this is classic kind of Aliens here, the kind of the squad of Marines going into this facility and getting ambushed by this kind of alien foe that's able to use them to reproduce. And there's a ton of other Aliens references throughout the game, but this is where I think it shines through the most.
Why do we always have to listen to this old stuff, Sarge?
Beef with UEG. Well, I was doing some Titanfall content at the time, and I really hate these kind of online witch hunts and things like that. I really dislike kind of online witch hunts, and I just dislike people being mean to people in general. And I saw his video revealing the Titanfall, you know, reveal PDF or whatever it was of like 50 pages saying who was responsible for hacking Titanfall and everything else. And I watched his video on it because it popped up in my feed and I had a bit of spare time or whatever. And
Mendoza, move it up!
I'll be honest, he's not the kind of person I'd normally watch videos for. It comes off a bit kind of alt-righty, a bit kind of sensationalist, kind of. It's not really my cup of tea personally. It's just, it's all a bit angry, and I prefer to have a positive environment, as is maybe. But anyway, I watched it and it was just repeating the information in the report with no concern as to who had written the report. Why had they written it? The veracity of the information. He's come out to like a large audience of people and just kind of talked about these things as being almost the truth. And as someone, after university, I got a degree in English, and then I trained as a journalist. I worked for multiple publications. I edited corporate magazines and things, so I have an experience in this field. And I watched it and I thought, you haven't done due diligence, and you're reporting on something. You're reporting on things that people are doing that are a crime, and you're reporting on things about people, and they could get harassed because of this. And it just didn't feel A, very professional to me, and B, it's not a good way to go about things when there's people's actual kind of potentially kind of criminal records on the line, and being harassed on the internet. And I just think so I just made a video just saying don't jump to any conclusions. I didn't name anybody in the video, so don't jump to any conclusions. The veracity of this report hasn't been confirmed, anything like that. Just wait a few days and see what happens and comes out, because otherwise people are going to jump on someone and they might not know whether it's the truth or not. And of course, what happened like a day or two later, it turned out that someone who had written the report, who was involved in the writing of the report, was either involved in the whole thing or had his own reasons for wanting to blame certain people. And I must confess, I did something that I shouldn't have done, which was I put up a post and I mentioned this YouTuber by name. And I shouldn't have done that. I was just annoyed at the time because I could see it coming from a mile off, and I don't like the idea of like online witch hunts and all that kind of stuff. And I was just very annoyed that this person could have potentially caused another person a lot of harm and stress for no apparent reason. And I mentioned the channel by name, and I was correct in what I'd said before these revelations came out and things, but it wasn't really worth it. I'm a very positive, I like to think that I'm a positive person, and I like being nice to people, and I like people being nice to me, and that's the kind of environment I try to foster on my channel, because I just, if you haven't got something nice to say, don't say it at all. And don't say it at all. And yeah, obviously he made a post naming my channel by name, and it was very aggressive and really pretty horrible, actually. The stuff that he said was really unkind. I'm a big boy with thick skin and stuff, so it wasn't really, hardly sat around kind of thinking about it too much. But nonetheless, it's not, it's never nice to see people kind of write things like that. You're below me, all this kind of stuff. Ruder than that. And I think if I learnt my lesson there, it's just not worth it. Even if you think you're right about something, with certain people, I just don't think it's pointless getting into these discussions. And that was a lesson I learned, and it was a decision I made when that happened. Was I always want my YouTube channel to be a positive place, and there's no point ruining that by getting involved in something like that, no matter kind of what you're trying to say. And all I was trying to say at the time was, don't open up someone to kind of a witch hunt, or kind of potentially kind of criminal charges, for what they're doing. Take your time and be sensible. Don't sensationalize things. And I stand by that, but I shouldn't have got involved really beyond making the 2 videos. Naming people was stupid. I don't regret it necessarily, but yeah, I regret what it ended up with, because while I was right, exactly what I said would happen is exactly what happened. I think I kicked the hornet's nest a little bit, and I probably shouldn't have done that. It's hardly the end of the world. Like I say, it's not. I'm not the kind of person who's going to be like, oh, someone said something nasty about me on the internet. And also, when you read the comment, he was deleting any comment that supported me under his post, and there were a lot. He would delete And, you know, with people like that, you can't win. When, like, half the comments are actually supporting, you know, supporting me, but they'll just get deleted. You can't win in that kind of situation. It's not worth trying to get into an argument with someone like that, because they're never arguing from a place of honesty. And if they're not arguing from a place of honesty, it's kind of impossible to have a genuine, honest debate. And so that was kind of, you know, my one. I'd only been on YouTube about a year at that point, and at that point I learnt my lesson, just to kind of, you know, it's just not worth engaging with people like that about things like that. It's better to focus on your own stuff and, you know, let them get on with theirs. So yeah, that's that, and hopefully that clears it up a bit better. So anyway, back to something more entertaining than that very long-winded discussion of what was little more than a storm in a teacup. The Flood are on the scene now, and this section is... it's a little bit iffy, this next kind of 10 or 15 minutes or so. This is cool, you know, and I love throwing grenades into the big old piles of the Flood. But the signposting here in general isn't great in terms of where you're meant to go. And, you know, the Flood can be quite a repetitive enemy at times. It's not too bad in this level when you've just found them, but it goes on. So I will undoubtedly go the wrong way during this section. I always forget it. And yeah, Dragon Weasel, I agree with you. Treating leaks as fact. I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? It's like that guy that did the Titanfall 2 video I said stuff about. It is easier to make these videos with these outrageous titles, you know, women are ruining gaming, or whatever else it may be. You know, these nonsense titles that don't represent anything that's actually happening, and, you know, sensationalism is what it is. It's easier to make these titles and make these videos, not check, and then kind of apologise later and things. And you know, that is YouTube, and it's always going to be a part of it, because it's like anything else. It's like the newspapers. You know, you have newspapers which are more considered in the way they talk about topics or in their research, and then you have papers, you know, like in England we have the red tops, which will tend to be a lot less considered in the way they go, in the way they report things, and that'll always be the case. But it's a big thing on YouTube, because YouTube is like anything else. It's a very competitive platform, and it's competitive because anybody could potentially make money out of it. And you know, that means when it comes down to money, that means, you know, some people are going to be more interested in making money than in kind of the truth of whatever's going on. And you know, so you're always going to get that thing with kind of leaks being reported as facts and everything else. That's just the nature of YouTube. I think it's not something I'd ever really get involved in. I like to stick to stuff that is a bit more timeless. Analysing old games and such is a bit more my bag. So anyway, we have the Flood here. Lots of dead Covenant kind of indicating what's going on. I really need to get an assault rifle, because killing these popcorn Flood. And here, if I remember correctly, this is the gate where you will push it, and oh, this is the right gate, is it? Oh, this is the right lift. Maybe this is the right lift. Sorry, I thought I'd activated that lift. Right, there we go. So, obviously you can go back the way you came as well, and you can press the lift there, and it'll come crashing down. But being that we're here, we're not going to go all the way back just to see some stuff. Falling down a lift shaft. Cool blood splatters here as well. Really gives that idea that you're descending into the depths of the facility. Quite a scary thing. And then you get down here, and just when you think, well, how can it get any worse, you get the flood of weapons. So it's a nice kind of escalation of the enemy as you make your way through. And that's an assault rifle we desperately need. So yeah, very cool. I have played The Last of Us Dragon Weasel a few times. Most recently was about a year or two ago. I played it through on whatever the hardest mode is. Grounded, is it? I think the one where you literally get no radar, everything kills you pretty much immediately. Super duper mega hard. I don't tend to do that these days because I don't have the time to play a lot of games more than once. So I tend to play them on kind of medium to hard or whatever difficulty is available. But I love The Last of Us so much that I wanted to try it on a higher difficulty because I felt like it was kind of appropriate for the game that it'd be that difficult. And it's wonderful. I love The Last of Us. I think it's such a fantastic game. It has some issues at times, but I think, you know, in a lot of ways it's exactly the game I wanted to play when it was first announced. I was very, very excited about it at the time, and it lived up to that. I started playing The Last of Us 2. I haven't finished it yet, but I actually had to take a break from that just because it's too brutal. The Last of Us kind of had a lovely balance of brutality and storytelling in equal measure, and The Last of Us 2 I find to be quite mean-spirited at times with the level of violence that it features within it. It is so utterly violent at times, to the point where it feels gratuitous to me. And I struggle with that a bit, so I only play that one in short bursts, which isn't usually up me. Violence isn't usually something I particularly flinch at or anything like that. I'm a huge horror movie fan, so I watch a lot of horror movies. But The Last of Us at times is just really, really full on in terms of the violence, and yeah, it can be a bit tough. Oh, sorry, no spoilers. Okay, I won't use any spoilers. But yeah, it's just very, very visceral, to the point where it's maybe I consider it to be a little too visceral, I think. So anyway, we've got this section with the flood here, and we're now at the other end. I completely missed the invisibility thing there. We're at the other end of the facility, and I actually haven't got lost yet, which is great news. And there are some environmental pointers here. You have the flashing door as well, even though this door is quite hidden, I would argue, in terms of trying to find it. And I think we're nearly at my favourite bit, and I think you'll all know what my favourite bit of this level is. It's our Jackal and Marine team-up extravaganza, which is somewhere nearby. Maybe the next room. So yeah, this section of 343 Guilty Spark, I think, goes on maybe a little bit longer than it needs to. I think they could have maybe cut this down by a couple of rooms, and maybe chucked in, maybe got to the swamp, the second part of the swamp, quicker. Ah, okay, we're at my favourite bit now. So we'll just clear out this room quickly, and then we'll have a quick look. Always got to have a quick look at them before we move on. Cool, so for anybody who hasn't seen my 343 Guilty Spark video, this is probably the best piece of environmental storytelling in the entire game. I absolutely love it, and it's so easy to miss. and that is here. If you look here, you can see that the Marines and the Jackals have clearly got up on this this higher point, and they have fought together against the Flood. You can see they've got various ammos. You know, you could say that maybe they just died in the same place and they weren't trying to help each other, but they've clearly gathered all their ammo and put it up on this ledge. And I think it's a really cool touch, because this is something you can literally just run past and you'd never notice. You'd never notice this at all. You just think it's more dead bodies in a level full of dead bodies. But you can clearly see that they've gathered ammo and health kits and needler rounds and whatever else, and they've tried to make a last stand here to get away from the Flood. And I think that's the best illustration of you could possibly get of just how horrendous the Flood actually are. Is the fact that even sworn enemies like the Jackals and the Covenant. Sorry, like the Covenant and the Marines are willing to team up to try and get away from this horrendous threat. They're willing to fight side by side, just because the Flood is such a terrifying enemy in comparison. And yeah, it's the best bit of environmental storytelling in Halo, I think. And this mission is packed full of cool bits of environmental storytelling as well. So that's good. Oh god, do we have to go downstairs again? That's irritating. Yeah, you see, this goes on too long. I think this is about the point where I feel like I'm ready for it to end this section, and it still goes on, which isn't ideal. Oh no, so I've gone through the wrong door, that's why it's still going on. Ignore my complaints from a second ago, if you will. Why have I gone through the wrong way where I meant to be going? See, this is the problem. There is always a point where you get lost. As soon as you turn around too much, you end up in the same grey room that you were in previously. Yes, of course, you hit the bridge. That's it. Yeah, so I think the nice part about this this level, at least, is it's not overly difficult, which is nice. You can cruise through this, and you're never really in too much danger.
This is Echo 419. Chief, is that you? I lost your signal when you disappeared inside the structure. What's going on down there? I'm tracking movement all over the place.
It's him, sir. Thank God you're here. We've been lost out here for hours. After we lost contact with the rest of the mission, we headed for the RV point, and then these things, they ambushed us. We got to get out of here.
There's a large tower a few hundred meters from your current position. Find a way above the fog and foliage canopy, and I can move in and pick you up.
Thanks for taking the time to watch, Zachary. Appreciate that, mate. I know it's gone on for hours. Bloody hell, it's been almost 4 hours this has been going. It's impressive. This is an example of why this game is so great, because it's so easy to just lose yourself in it completely. I could sit here and play this game to the end, honestly. If you want to keep any Marines alive at this stage, you really have to play very, very aggressively, because they are not good at keeping themselves alive in any way, shape, or form. Just a heads up, guys, what I'm going to do at the end of this mission, I'll give the library a go, which I will regret saying, I'm sure. But once this cutscene kicks in at the end, I'm just going to get up for 2 secs, pop to the loo, and grab a drink and things. So I'll leave it running during the cutscenes it's open. These poor buggers, they're getting turned into mincemeat. So I'll keep the stream on, and I'll give the library a go. But there will just be, I'll pop away for 2 minutes just while the cutscene that ends 343 Guilty Spark is playing and kind of the opening to the library kicks in. So don't worry, I haven't gone anywhere, but I'll just be 2 minutes and I'll be back. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention there at all.
We got contact. I see him.
Nice, Marine's doing work. They killed them all, that's impressive.
Fire in the hole! Michael! It's me! Move!
I get distracted sometimes looking at the Marines to see if they're going to turn or anything. I don't know what the conditions are in this one. I know in obviously like Halo 3, for example, they'll turn straight away, and I think I can't remember what it is in Halo 2 if they turn when they're dead bodies or what. But I know they can be turned in this. But, oh, that's... Oh, sorry, mate. I think the best thing to do is to get out of this. Thanks, official boy. Appreciate the kind words, dude. Thank you for that. I'll tell you something I've struggled with. A little anecdote about the channel. Something I've struggled with is the number of ways to say thank you, because I always get loads of lovely comments and it's awesome. Like, I love getting nice feedback. You know, it's nice to know that what you're doing is enjoyed, because you know the videos take a lot of work, so it's nice to know that you know the work has been worth it. But I really struggle with coming up with enough ways to say thank you, because there's only so many ways you can say it. Sorry, does that sound big-headed? It's not meant to be like, oh, I have to thank so many people for being nice. You know, it's not like that. But you know, there's only so many ways you can say thank you, and I worry it looks like I'm just copy and pasting the same reply to people, when really it's just I use the same 4 different ways to say thank you on repeat, because I can't think of any other ways to say it. Thanks for watching, Corey. Appreciate you taking the time to check in, man. And yeah, do come and say hello on the comments on the videos and everything, dude. That'd be great. I feel like there's normally more flood around during this section. Oh, thanks, Saladus. That's really kind, dude. I don't know why nothing is happening here. Normally, floods turn up and sentinels turn up, and I don't know. Anyone want to shed any light on this? I don't really want to restart the checkpoint, but I'm not sure what else to do here. Normally, it's literally empty. There's nothing happening. It's very unusual. I've never had this happen before. Yeah, I do need to get onto Halo 2 as well, Joseph. I will get onto Halo 2. I ignore it because I don't like it as much as the others, but I will get onto it, I promise. What is happening? Oh! Oh, there we go. Okay.
More of them!
How strange. I've never had to run into the middle of the swamp like that to trigger them. Normally they just kind of trigger, I thought, after you killed a certain amount of people or something similar. So that's a little strange.
Covering fire! That's how we do it where I come from. This can't be real.
Playing on heroic. Right, guys, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Just going to nip to the loo and things quickly.
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation, but I require your assistance. Come, this way.
Chief, I've lost your signal. Where'd you go? Chief! Chief!
before we can activate the installation.
Right, sorry about that. Let's get cracking again, shall we? I have a feeling I'm going to end up playing the entire game through. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What's my favourite level in Combat Evolved? Well, my personal favourite is 343 Guilty Spark, the one we just played through. I love it. But as I said in the video I released today, kind of ranking the missions, objectively speaking, I'd have to pick Silent Cartographer. It is the best mission in the game, I think. Yes, happy birthday, Combat Evolved. It is midnight where I am, so it's now the 15th. It is officially the 20th anniversary. This is going to be horrible. I'm going to get absolutely wrecked during this level. This may be the level that forces me to turn down difficulty. Oh my god. Yeah, already I'm being forced into a corner. This is brutal. Oh, I hate this level so much. It's just so monotonous. Oh good, run out of ammo already. I hate this level so much. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I think one of them... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this level is absolutely brutal. Do with an assault rifle. I felt like there was one with an assault rifle, and I cannot find the assault rifle. I should also turn on my flashlight. I forget to do that too. Yeah, 20 years is amazing. I just what should I be using? I am fully on board of any advice that can be offered here. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem I have with the library is, you know, if this was the end of 343 Guilty Spark, and it was just a shorter section that kind of bookended that mission, I would enjoy it a lot more. But I think as its own standalone, I know there's all the jumps over here. It's a bit much for me. It just feels sometimes like, because of the amount of flood that come at you, it just feels like you're never really making as much progress as you could be making. It just feels like you get stuck in these areas, just I mean, look at this. I mean, you're just stuck here. Cannot move forward. Constantly getting. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sorry if I go a little bit more quiet here. I can see there being... No, Travis Scott, I don't really know any of his music. I'm not very trendy when it comes to music. Most of the music I listen to these days comes from video games, because I'm a super cool dude. I tend to listen... My favourite band is a band called Postmodern Jukebox, who do jazz covers of modern songs. And I would guess it's probably about the furthest thing away from Travis Scott that is possible to be. Yeah, that whole thing that happened was pretty shocking, to be honest. I'm really sad for everybody that was involved in that. Not a good look for our boy Travis, unfortunately. Good lord. Oh, it's nightmarish. And the thing is, like, it already feels like I've killed more flood than I'd ever need to, and we're barely into the level yet. The infection forms are a cool idea in principle, aren't they? They're a cool idea in principle. They're kind of like the alien facehuggers, you know. But are they fun to fight? I question whether they're fun to fight, honestly. I mean, do they just keep coming here? I don't even know. That's the problem. There's no indication of whether I'm meant to move on and just ignore these guys, or if they just keep coming. Who knows, honestly? running out of ammo. Cool. There's the door that Guilty Spark is going to unlock, and obviously there'll be a number of those doors throughout the mission that get unlocked.
The security doors have sealed automatically. I will go access the override to open them. Please follow closely. This portal is the first of 10.
Going to try and sit comfortably for this because it's going to be a long slog, I think. Don't think it's too long before we get our first batch of Sentinels, though. I know there's quite a hard bit coming up where there's quite a lot.
Such ineffective weapons to combat the flood, despite the containment protocol.
Yeah, here we go. Ow, 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 ow.
The flood must not escape the installation. They consume all.
Good grief.
You can see how the body's been transformed by the genetic destruction of the flood. The small creatures carry spores that cause a host of It is insidious and elegant.
Insidious and elegant, that's a lovely line.
The flood is virulent.
Insidious, elegant, virulent. All quite reasonable descriptions. Oh, good grief.
We must continue. This installation's research facilities are most impressive. Perhaps we'll have time to see them later.
I mean, it's just outrageous.
We must continue. This way, please. This installation's research facilities are most impressive. Perhaps we'll have time to see them later.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with this mission is, as far as I'm aware, it's just a constant battle of trying to move enough that. Sorry, I've got a hair in my mouth. My hair's too long at the moment. It's just a constant battle to try and keep your shield up and not get hit by these guys. If there's a level that tests your spatial awareness of the game, I think you get Sentinels here, do you? I think they come here, I think. Oh god, I wish I had a grenade. Jesus.
These sentinels will
There we go,
supplement your
that's
combat
better.
skills.
What a relief. I knew they were coming soon. I was just hoping it was sooner rather than later.
Current model only scans as a class 2, which is ill-suited for this kind of work.
Yeah, and this is the problem. You get deaths like that where it kind of feels unfair. That felt unfair to me a little bit.
These sentinels will supplement your combat systems. But I suggest you upgrade to
The decision for the
scans as a class 2, which is ill-suited for this kind of work.
the decision for the carrier forms to blow up grenades is not one I wholly agree with, I'll be honest. I don't
A plasma conduit.
think it's a great idea. In a mission where grenades tend to chain react, I don't think it's a great idea to have carrier forms blowing up grenades as well. It creates a nightmare. Basically, it creates an explosive nightmare, and it's absolutely appalling. I'm not sure what that weird flashing was. I'm not sure why that's happening. I think you get more sentinels here as well, I think. Although who knows, it could be in another one of the many corridors you go through during this mission.
Flood activity has caused a failure in a drone control subsystem. I must reset the backup unit. Please continue on. I will rejoin you when I've completed my task.
Oh, I mean, what are you meant to do? It's just absolutely ridiculous. What is this? Come on, let me get that health back. Thank you. It's so outrageous. It's so outrageous what you have to do here to survive. What is this? I mean, honestly. Please let me have my shield back, please. Oh.
We must keep moving.
It's these, those guys up there are the real terrors, I think. Man, they really do a lot of damage if you don't take them out with the assault rifle. Give me my shield back, please give me my shield back. Okay. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea how I ever managed to get through this on Legendary. I must have. I don't remember playing it through on Legendary. I mean, you know, this game's 20 years old today, as of the last 19 minutes, and it was probably a case of sitting here for hours and hours and hours trying to get through it. I know I haven't been talking as much during this level.
Speed is of the essence.
It's because I am doing everything in my power not to die. Oh, okay, right, another little bit down. Yeah, this is heroic difficulty. Finding it a little bit tricky at the moment. This is not a fun section.
Please wait here.
Sorry guys, just got to check something real quick. I think what I'll probably do, guys, is I'll probably get to the end of the library and then maybe call it a night for tonight. Maybe finish this off during the week, do the other levels. I don't know if I can face. It's been over 4 hours now we've been streaming. I don't know if I can face Keys and 2 betrayals after this. Yeah, I'm all good, Joseph. Thanks, man. Yeah, just trying to concentrate. It's real hard to talk when playing this mission through on heroic.
I am a genius.
Cheeky. The thing about the library as well is I try to avoid playing it wherever I can, and as such my knowledge of how far I am through the level is pretty poor. I mean, it doesn't help that it obviously all looks exactly the same. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me in as much that I don't understand how anybody would ever find anything in this place. There's so little identifying marks in any of the areas that would suggest that you are anywhere in particular within this gargantuan facility. The sense of scale is unparalleled. Something I've always said about this level is you know, the size of it does help give you this idea. The size of it works alongside the amount of flood that you fight to give you this kind of idea of being stuck in a labyrinth. And, you know, if that's what Bungie were trying to achieve, then they do kind of do the job they set out to do by doing that. Whether that means it's a fun mission to play is a whole another matter entirely. Just because you're trying to get an idea across in the way you set up a level, in the way you design it, I don't think that is cause to write off the issues the level has. And the library is a level with just a ridiculous amount of issues. I mean, everything about it is just not brilliant, honestly. First rocket launcher flood there, and we managed to get past that okay. You are a braver man than me, QP. I will say, or lady. Oh, jeez. Relentless is a pretty good word to describe what this level is. We're getting through it. I feel like we're making pretty good progress right now. Okay. Is there anything better than seeing the words checkpoint pop up during this mission? Oh, there's nothing that makes me happier than seeing it say checkpoint loaded or whatever the words are. There's a weird graphical glitch going up these elevators. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of flashing on screen. It happened on the other elevator as well. I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. Some kind of beautiful disco effect as you go up the elevator, maybe to add some visual variety to things, or a glitch. One of those two things, I think.
I would conjecture that the other species currently on the installation is responsible for releasing the flood. They seem most persistent in their attempts to access restricted areas.
I think the Oracle from Halo 2 is as far as the library. I prefer the Oracle in Halo 2 to the library. I think the Oracle is another not that entertaining. I mean, Halo 2 for me is, as I've said before, out of the Bungie games, it's the one. Out of the Bungie games, it's the one I struggle with most. I feel like a lot of the levels in Combat Evolved, in Halo 2 do tend to be a bit of a slog. You know, Sacred Icon and Quarantine Zone, I get a lot of people who disagree with my views on those two levels in particular. I personally think they are brutally boring. Other people seem to disagree. I think the library is probably the worst example. I think I prefer even Cortana to the library. I think Cortana has a little bit more variety to it. I think it probably is my favourite if you had to maybe pick out of the two. And I dislike both. But I think if you had to make me choose, I think I'd go with Cortana over the library. And they're probably the two levels I struggle with most out of any of the Bungie games. You know, it's no surprise that they feature predominantly the Flood, or entirely the Flood. The Flood are an entertaining enemy, but I think they work best when they're mixed in with other factions. So, Two Betrayals, which is a boring level at times as well. It repeats too much of earlier environments and things, but having other factions in there, I mean the Sentinels here kind of help, but having other factions lend a hand. Oh, I hate when that music kicks in. Having other factions to hand does help kind of break up the Flood, I think, a little bit. Not actually sure if I'm even in the right place here. I assume that door's going to open eventually. I hope it is.
Naturally, the Flood is simply too dangerous to release, and mass sterilization protocols may again need to be enacted. Of course, samples were tested after the last catastrophic
Oh, no worries, JH. Glad I can help. Oh, man, please, please let this be near the end. The most dangerous flood, I think, in these levels are always the ones that are up at the top. Any flood that are kind of sitting up on something that make it more difficult to get to them, especially the ones with kind of assault rifles or similar, can cause a huge amount of issues.
To study and contain the flood. Their survival as a race was dependent upon it. I am grateful to see that some of them survived to reproduce.
Right, we're slowly getting through. Another checkpoint would be nice. So, if I remember correctly, and I haven't played this level in a long time, there's health kits behind here. Okay, and I know that this is where there's a bit of a standoff, and I think we're going to have to deal with some rocket flood very shortly.
I will deactivate the security lock. Wait here.
So, funny story. I used to meet up with a friend, and we'd play Halo all night on Legendary co-op, and we got stuck on this level for a long time at this section because we just didn't have the sustain, the health we needed to get through it. And we tried and we tried and we tried to get through it, and we couldn't do it. And eventually. One of us, just by sheer coincidence, ran through ran behind one of those pillars there, and we realised that there's a load of health kits, and that made it a lot easier. And actually, this isn't going so bad so far, but I know at some point rocket flood are going to turn up from somewhere, and I don't know when they turn up or from where. My memory is absolutely appalling. Also, this was 20 years ago, so I feel like that's reasonable. I actually feel like I'm giving this a pretty good stab so far. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my goodness, that was almost so good. And now I get to do it all over again. Isn't that exciting, ladies and gents? I get to do all of that all over again. I think I got hit by a rocket flood there at the end, and unfortunately, well, fortunately it didn't kill me, but at the same time, oh dear. Cool. Well, I hope you've all got a lot of tolerance for seeing this over and over again, because we might be here a little while. Okay. Well, that's good. Oh my god, it just doesn't. Oh my god, look at the amount of them. It's absolutely absurd. That actually worked out okay. Cool. And yeah, so this is the problem, isn't it, with the library? You get the occasional crescendo. Like, actually, that little bit there was actually quite entertaining. In terms of, I actually found that quite fun by the end of it, trying to survive that. But at the same time, you finish it and then you go onto this disco lift with the lovely strobe lights, and then it's just the same thing again. There's nothing that breaks anything up really ever, and really needed. Oh jeez, it's really needed. The best level, Colbjorn. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is not. This is hell. This is hell on earth. Oh, thanks, Carswings, dude. Really appreciate that. I had been doing pretty well up until kind of, about the last 35 minutes or so, when I started playing this wonderful level. Yeah, someone made a good point there. The aesthetic here is a little bit more helpful there. I know, yeah, there tends to be arrows on the floor in the Anniversary Edition, as you can see here, which are rather useful. I suppose I do kind of like the oh Jesus, I do kind of like the design of some of the flood as well. I think some of them are a bit over designed. They're not terrible by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, like I can see that was in the comments, but whoever said the Forerunner facilities are butt ugly is 100% correct. Oh, sugar. Everything's really over-designed. There's just lines on everything, endless lines. I might be in a bit of a pickle here. Ow. I feel like I'm near the end, but I don't know. Just don't know. I really hope I am. That looks like the end. That looks a lot like the end. Ah. Ah, good grief.
The energy barrier surrounding the index will deactivate when we reach the ground floor.
See weapons versus reach weapons. I like Halo Combat Evolved's weapons because I think they all serve a purpose. Yeah, 40 minutes of hell is absolutely right. I like Halo Combat Evolved's weapons because they all serve a very distinct purpose. Everything serves a purpose. But Halo Reach, there are certain weapons I really like. I really like the kind of like the battle rifle equivalent, you know, with the kind of almost single shot. Big fan of that gun. Love it.
The index must not fall into the hands of the flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation.
Thanks, guys. I hated all of that. It was all terrible, all of it, from start to finish. What a painful, painful experience. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just breathe out for a second.
Mass and cognitive capability is a potential factor. Is something wrong?
No, nothing.
Splendid, shall we? Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer.
I mean, again, I don't know if this is testament to the genius of Bungie, but I feel emotionally drained from playing that level.
Cortana.
I've spent the last
Completely
12 hours
emotionally
cooped up and
drained.
watching you toady about, helping that thing get set
You
to
certainly
slit
feel like
our
you've been through the
throats.
walls.
now.
I'll say
He's
that
a friend.
much, even if the quality is
I didn't realize. He's your pal, is
middling.
he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Sod off.
What impertinence! I shall purge you at once.
You sure that's a good idea?
How dare you? I'll...
Do what? I have the index. You can just float.
Yeah, I can turn on the captions. How do I go about doing that? Audio. I'm going cross-eyed from playing for too long. Where's the subtitles? Oh, accessibility. That would obviously be the one.
And sputter.
Enough! The flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true?
more or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life. Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the flood. But you already knew that. I mean, how couldn't you?
Left out that little detail, did he?
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go right now.
Last time you asked me if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
Save his head, dispose of
Look
the
out.
rest. Very mean. Right, guys, this will be the last level, I think, only because I can't face keys playing keys at 1 o'clock in the morning. Good, down to 1 bar of health already. Lovely.
We can't let the monitor activate Halo. We have to stop him. We have to destroy Halo. According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring, and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. Starship's fusion reactors going critical would do the job. I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant BattleNet and see if I can locate the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. If the ship's fusion reactors are still relatively intact, we can use them to destroy Halo.
Oh dear.
According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring, and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. A starship's fusion reactors going critical would do the job. I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant BattleNet and see if I can locate the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. If the ship's fusion reactors are still relatively intact, we can use them to destroy Halo.
Oh dear.
According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring, and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. A starship's fusion reactors going critical would do the job. I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant BattleNet and see if I can locate the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. If the ship's fusion reactors are still relatively intact, we can use them to destroy Halo.
Right, guys, I think what I'm going to do is say next death might be bedtime for me. I have a video I've been working on, kind of a retrospective for the game, which I'm hoping to get out tomorrow. But in order to get it out tomorrow, I need to get up at a reasonable hour and work on it. Unfortunately, I had the day off, so I can just sit and finish the recording and do all the editing and stuff. But I will never forgive myself if I end up going to bed at like 3 o'clock in the morning because I played the whole game through. So next time I die, I'm going to end the stream. So in advance of that, thank you everyone who has taken the time to... Oh, fudge. Okay, we'll do one more live. That didn't count. I was talking. Thank you to everyone who has taken the time to come and watch. It's been great to meet all of you in a slightly different manner from what I normally do. Probably will try and make this a bit more of a regular thing. I've got to kind of figure out how to fit that in with everything else, because obviously the videos themselves are kind of quite time consuming. So fitting in streaming on top of the videos is going to be a task.
In case the Monitor or his Sentinels find a way to activate.
But hopefully you enjoyed it, and any feedback on the stream would always be great as well. If you want to send me a message or whatever else, I haven't done it before, so I'm still learning in terms of getting everything set up and talking with with any level of authority while also trying to concentrate. I think perhaps in future I might try maybe doing it on a slightly easier difficulty while I play, just because it makes it easier for me to concentrate on speaking rather than just playing the game. But yeah, other than that, pretty happy with how it went, I think. I mean, we've got all the way to here on Heroic on my own, which I actually am really pleased with. I thought I'd immediately regret making that decision after choosing it, but it's not been too bad so far. And who knows, maybe this one life will be the life that gets us to the end of the game. Who knows? Maybe one more. I think my problem is my other problem is I also forget I'm playing on Heroic, so I tend to jump into situations that aren't situations that you survive easily on Heroic. For example, jumping down there and being surrounded by multiple elites on either side. I need to remember that this is not as easy as I would normally play it when I'm trying to have a bit of fun.
I'm marking the location of the nearest pulse generator with a nav point. We need to move in and neutralize the device.
But this is it. This is the last life. This is the last life. I absolutely guarantee that I will stop when I die this time. What I should have done is played this with a keyboard and mouse. The problem is, because I'm playing on a desk that doesn't really have the room, and I also have a distinct lack of USB ports, that would have made it a lot easier. Yeah, so sorry, Triple, I'm just reading your message as well. That's awful. I don't really have any words to say that will make that any better. Guy had good taste in games.
Wait, we should commandeer one of those banshees. You're needed to reach the
Okay, so we're at the bottom. I feel like... it might be easier not to die once I get in that Banshee. You can't be kidding me. I don't even know why I say these things out loud, man. Why say that out loud?
Wait.
Why?
Near one of those banshees. We'll need it to reach the
For the love of goodness. That's brutal. Right, okay. I am going to call it a night there, guys, because otherwise I will never go to bed. And I think the point I can't do any more lives because I'm just going to keep saying that until it gets to the morning and I have to go to bed. Again, thank you very much to everybody who's taken the time to tune in for the stream. It's not something I normally do, but I really appreciate you taking the time to come and check it out and keep the chat so busy and everything else. It's been awesome. And I never expected so many people would watch. I was worried there'd be like me and maybe my girlfriend. So the fact that anybody's come and watched at all is absolutely amazing. So so thank you so much for doing that. In terms of what is coming up on the channel, I can give you a sneak preview. Tomorrow, hopefully, assuming I manage to get up at a reasonable hour and I get on with my work in reasonable time, I'll have a video up tomorrow talking about Halo Combat Evolved. 10, 15, 20 minute long video. I'm not sure entirely how long it's going to end up being, but just talking about why Halo Combat Evolved is such a fantastic game. Just something to celebrate the 20-year anniversary. Kind of middle to the end of the week. There'll be something on the intro to BioShock. Something I've got into recently is kind of taking some of my older videos and reworking them a little bit. I had a lot of problems when I first started with the microphone. Recording, I would have issues where I'd have to stop a lot, and voiceovers would begin. If you go back and watch some of the first videos I did, especially some of the first analysis videos, there's a lot of pauses and weird inflections and things like that, and it's because I had trouble talking into the mic. I know now where I'm talking the hind legs off a donkey, it doesn't seem that difficult, but at the time struggled with it a little bit. So there's a few videos like the Guilty Spark video, like the Silent Cartographer video, that I've been wanting to go back and redo just because their videos, the subjects of the videos are ones that are so close to my heart that I'd like them to be better quality than they are, because it'll make me feel better having them in good quality. So one of the things I'm going to go back to is a video that hasn't been viewed that much. I mean, the Halo, everything that's not Halo tends to struggle a bit more, but going to go back and have a look at the intro to BioShock again, because I absolutely love the intro to BioShock. I think it's one of the best openings to a game ever. It's up there with Half-Life's tram ride. It's up there with The Last of Us. It's up there with the Last of Us's opening, which is incredible. Which I've done a video on. There's a few other bits and pieces I could point out as well. So going to go back and do that. And then after that, I don't really know what the next step is. I mean, the stream's gone relatively well, so I may do a little bit more. Streaming actually. I'm not going to do it like super regularly, just because at the moment the videos themselves, you know, it takes a long time just to make the videos. Like a large portion of my time outside of like having a job. I have a 9 to 5:30 job, which often goes on longer than 5:30. So I often have to kind of work quite late at night or kind of quite early in the morning, or whenever I get the opportunity to get just the videos out. So yeah, streaming isn't going to come like a super regular thing, I don't think. But I think maybe in the lead up to Infinite, I have enjoyed tonight. So maybe what I'll try and do over the next few weeks is maybe kind of once every week or two, maybe I'll play a bit of one of the different Halo games. So we've done kind of most of Halo Combat Evolved. Maybe I'll finish Combat Evolved and then move on to 2 and 3 in preparation for Infinite coming out. And then of course when Infinite comes out, there is going to be I intend to be very, very, very active indeed in terms of talking about that. I'll probably do a review of the game itself, and then I think once I've had time, what I don't want to do is play through it and then rush into doing the analysis. I always find the best thing to do is to play a game and then give it a little bit of time before actually going back and looking at it objectively. I think there's always that danger of looking at games and having that kind of new game excitement that can often cloud your opinion of what it's actually like. So I'll probably do a review with my kind of thoughts once I've had the opportunity to play it on the 9th, if that's when it ends up coming out. And then maybe kind of towards the end of the end of that month and towards the end of December, I'll start kind of looking to kind of do a more thorough breakdown. And I think may even kind of go through it step by step. I know I tend to jump around with Halo levels quite a lot. I just tend to cover what I fancy covering on the day. So yeah, that'll be it. And then obviously long term as well, in terms of Halo in particular, I think the long term goal will be to cover every single level in the series, and then also have kind of a video that covers the entirety of each game in one massive video. It's going to be a massive undertaking, and obviously I don't want the channel to become entirely about Halo. I do like talking about other games as well. Obviously I want to do things that people who are subscribed to my channel want to watch, so I will continue to do quite a lot of Halo stuff, but there will be other games mixed in as well. I just want to make sure I strike a balance of still doing kind of other games as well, because otherwise I don't want to burn myself out doing Halo basically, and I just want to make sure that I get some of the other things ticked off my list that I enjoy as well. So on that note, I am going to end the stream now, and again, thank you so much everyone for joining. It's been brilliant to have you all here, and sorry to anybody whose messages I missed in the chat. I've tried to keep an eye on it as much as possible, but it's quite hard focusing when you're playing on heroic, especially when it's when you've got my skill set, and it really takes a lot of effort to get through every single encounter, especially the library, which was how I'm never playing that level again, honestly. And with that, I will bid you good night, everybody, and do stop by in the comments of the videos and say hello. I'll always try and get back to people when I can. Yeah, I'm gonna click the end stream button now, so I'll catch you all soon. Bye bye.